Hello, everyone.
Good.
We are live.
Hello. Hello again. It's been a minute.
Yeah, been a minute. We were just talking about that earlier, and we thought it had been more recently. But indeed, no. Longer. But yes, it is I, Deuscain, variety-type streamer on Twitch.
Ohio, it's me, RadMahou, variety streamer over on YouTube.
And today we are resuming our journey in Disco Elysium. I believe this is collab number 5, where I continue to have no clue what the hell is going on, and you're just sitting in the back with a Cheshire Cat grin, because you know what's coming.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on over in my stream. I know exactly what's coming. We have at least 2 pretty fun groups of characters coming up.
Oh boy.
And 1 crazy one.
A crazy one. Lovely.
But yeah, what did we do last? We made it to basically the second half of the game across the bridge.
Yeah, we'd finished up day 2, where there wasn't a whole lot left to do, and where we found out the group that claimed responsibility for the hanging, but we know it wasn't a hanging. We know somebody shot the guy first, but they're saying it's a hanging, and they're saying they did it because they
maintain it's a hanging.
They maintain it's a hanging, and we also know that there's somebody that was there at the hanging that didn't show up to claim that they were part of the hanging. We think they're involved in the drug trade. The guys that are claiming it's the hanging said that it was because the guy was mistreating a woman in town, who we went and talked to her, and she just full on said, no, that wasn't it at all.
That didn't happen.
That didn't happen at all. And we went back down to them and just went, shit, we knew she was a leaky, a leaky bucket. I forget why she said that. Like, that she was just in shock. They just tried to minimize it, and it's just like a week later, guys. Come on, she's not in shock anymore.
They 100% just defaulted to like, women, they're crazy. They don't know what they're talking about. We know what's really going on.
Yeah. So we ran around and did a bunch of stuff. We did talk to the one guy in the apartment, the really weird business guy who...
My least favorite character.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a little bit what's going on with that, other than he absolutely saw them bring the body out when it was dead, and it's just more evidence that they didn't tell us the truth.
Yeah, we don't get a lot out of him. Like, he can't stop talking in bureaucratic jargon, and so all we get out of him is like, he saw them hang the guy, but there was no commotion going on at the time.
Yeah, the guy was. It's more confirmation that the guy was dead when they hung him.
Right.
So we finished day 2. We sent the body off with Kim, and then we started day 3. Crossed the bridge and started talking to some people. Oh, we found the car and my badge.
You found your car.
Which,
like, you immediately recognized. Not everyone always does.
But
yeah. You've kind of cottoned on at this point that, like, if something horrible and terrible and disastrous has happened around this area, maybe it was Harry's fault.
Which we also got our full name, Harrigan, right?
Harrier,
yes.
A wartime name, Harrier Dubois. Yeah, we had a nice little whistle with Kim sitting on a swing set while he immediately recognized your car, and it took Harry a minute. You found the fishing village with, I forget her name, but one of the, like,
nice lady.
Small cluster. Yeah, one of the small clusters of, like, truly wholesome people in the game.
The people that
the old lady.
we 100% Everard is trying to get us to throw under the bus. Which we're not gonna do. We're gonna save the people and screw over Everett by, like, forging the signatures.
That's a solid plan. Yeah, Everett 100% wants you to screw over those people, and it's, I think, still kind of ambiguous how he wants to do it, but it's Everett. So you know.
No, because I think we found out about that. Like, he wanted to build a thing, and he got everybody to agree with it except for a couple. So what he was gonna do was just build it anyways, and then just, like, drive them out by just having lots of loud, noisy construction for months on end.
Right.
That's what he was That's what he was going to do.
Yeah, exactly. To make it, like, legal and easier for himself, he needs their signatures, and then that would happen. But we don't have their signatures yet. So you still have options there.
Yep.
And then we really haven't progressed at all beyond the fishing village. And oh boy,
Yeah.
We've got some stuff to discover today.
Let us hop in.
We haven't been drinking or doing drugs at all, but I hope you have some alcohol on you for reasons.
I have an item.
Well, maybe not. Oh, there it is. There's at least one.
Yeah, I got Commodore Red.
That's fine.
Also, didn't I get I got like a nice jacket, right?
Yeah, along with your badge, you got your commander's jacket.
Yeah, we found out my rank too. Apparently, I was up for promotion twice to.
You are
like
Lieutenant W. Freighter. You would have been captain of your precinct, but you turned it down to stay a detective.
Turned it down
you
twice.
Wanted to do field work.
Turned it down twice.
You turned it down twice. We know Kim thinks very highly of your captain. I think his name is Pierce, but I forget. And yeah, Harry definitely wanted to remain in the field. Also, this makes you Kim's superior. Which is kind of hilarious given how incredibly competent Kim is. And Harry does not appear to be incredibly competent, but his record shows otherwise.
Yeah. I don't know if we talked to this person yet. I don't think we did.
I think we didn't. Yeah, I think this is the only person in this little hamlet that we didn't talk to.
Fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
I mean, people with cataracts aren't blind, Harry.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
We're cops. We're Hellraisers. Quick, quick, bang, bang.
Yeah, you always get those options, even if you're totally not playing as a wild man.
Of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, she knows me?
No, not you personally.
Oh.
I meant the RCM.
Just the cops.
Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding.
This also lets you know it's been over a decade since the police have been here.
You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Yeah, well, that's just the last time she remembered the cops being here, which we really. It seems like it's mostly a union town, and before Everett took over, it was pretty solid, like in management. But Everett is extremely corrupt, or
maybe
Everett and his brother seem very corrupt because whenever one of them can't be union leader anymore, the other one does it, right?
Yeah, they're obviously corrupt. I mean, the picture that I always got is that Martinet, after the revolution, was just a mess. And, like, Everett and his brother, whose name I forget for now, they've held things together, but it's clear they're corrupt.
What kind of ill omen?
The usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Confirm being an ill omen?
Maybe they are afraid. Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
Oh God, you're right. They are nice people.
She's
sorry
great.
There's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others.
It's okay that they don't have parking. We found a parking spot.
Yeah, we made our own
What
spot.
brings you to us?
Yeah.
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village
That's
to the
right.
RCM.
She's so nice. You need a room and board? Maybe you're playing Hobocop and have 0 money somehow? Here's free lodging.
I'll take it.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Hey, I don't need that sass, Kim. She's being nice.
Oh, but he loves his sass.
She's blind, not deaf, Kim.
It's true.
Just us.
And it's true that she's
It's
very
not
nice.
a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street. Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from the women and then forgot about.
She's also very upfront.
Yeah, she is.
Well, there's Lillian and her kids.
Lillian.
If you knew
Yeah, that's
folks
our nice
live in the
lady.
house to the east. But they are
Who
away
carries a
right now.
sword.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least.
Yeah, she
If
is.
it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
That's the church you were referencing on Twitter?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Some things
You'll
just
see.
don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So,
I love her
they
voice
don't hold
actress.
services there
Yeah,
anymore.
she's good.
The Ecclesiastes.
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Okay, the first option's a little bit too dumb.
Of note,
It's a little dumb and
the old fish
confrontational,
market
right?
up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Might have to get into that building and see if anything neat is in there.
Yeah, you've got an abandoned building, or you've got 2 abandoned buildings by the sound of it,
Yeah, plus the church.
plus the church.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Well, you have found your name.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
And I am not asking for her signature.
Nah, no need to. She's so nice. She gave you a place to stay for free.
It's this building here?
The door
I
has
think
seen
so.
better
Yep.
days.
I'll wait outside
Yeah.
to give you some time and privacy to check out your... After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night.
The key turns.
Time away from Kim.
Time away from Kim. Not where you can go talk to anybody during the day, because I think he'll just be right out there, but yeah.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
I love that voice.
Yeah, what is that? It doesn't have a name attached to it.
It doesn't. And since we've missed it once or twice, I think, but we may have heard it once before, I'll go ahead and give you a hint that it only appears when Shivers is speaking.
Okay.
But it's not Shivers.
My new hangout where I could silently sit, drink, and die while looking at the waves roll in. No. My forward base for the coastal part of the operation. I kind of like that. It's free, that's good enough. I could live here. Or this looks like my new home. I wonder where the old one went. I like 2 and 4.
Yeah?
2 and 4.
I always liked... Well, yeah, they're all pretty good. 1 is very pessimistic.
Yeah.
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of seagulls. Far below the birds, a wooden boardwalk filled with abandoned stands, tables and benches, echoes from a long-lost time. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum on the wall.
You can go back and make other changes, or just be like, thank you, strange voice that sometimes wasn't Shivers.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
Ooh.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Do you really want to shave off those disco chops? Yeah, you can always save and find out.
Clean myself up a little bit more.
If you want.
On the table, you see a bowl of water. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror
11.
and a straight razor with some soap
Not bad.
to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, reducing
Look at
the
your
scratches.
portrait now.
The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost
maybe.
look like a professional. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace.
I was thinking that.
He does kind of look like a bloated skull.
The water reflects back a vague, almost. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes...
And now I'll remind you that also in the other mirror in your last place, you can remove the expression if you
An
roll
old
high
mirror
enough.
hangs on the wall.
That
You
combo
see
is
a reflection
horrifying.
of it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it.
Oh, you can do that here too.
Oh, nice.
With a decent chance.
It's an electrochemistry check.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Can't save mid-conversation, but you can always come back out. Like exit and come back.
yeah, I'll keep the beard off. We'll do that.
No mirror hangs on the wall.
Pretty
Still
fine.
not happening.
Nope.
Electrochem constantly trying to get you to do things. This time puts its
An
foot
old
down
mirror
and says
hangs
no.
on the wall. You see a reflection. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows
Nice
how
roll.
long.
Yeah, I needed an 18. But I had
was a very
plus
tough
seven,
check.
I had +7 modifiers.
Yeah. And you only passed it by 4.
Just
Tight.
like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back.
It's so sad. Hey,
An old mirror.
what do you
hangs on
think
the
Kim
wall.
thinks?
You see the reflection of your.
I imagine he's gonna have an opinion.
Well, he'll have an opinion.
Hey, jacket. So she told me to look under the floorboards. How do I do that?
Usually there's like an option to. I don't see it. Maybe it's a perception thing? She definitely told you to. Maybe that comes later when you rest here. Which is odd, because she told you to now.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, no spoilers, it's definitely a thing you can do. I'm gonna guess it happens at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'll spend the night here and then see what goes on.
Hey, Kim. We
Yes.
shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps I'm not really
He's
sure
struggling.
about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the... Either way, good on you. You were saying?
Thanks for the backup, Kim.
He's not going to tell you he hates it. But he struggles to find anything good to say.
That's that lady.
Yeah, that's Lillian. Her twins, and then the daughter in the house. And I don't think we've gone much beyond this point.
We haven't.
Because here are some of our other characters.
Yeah, those must be the drunks.
Hmm.
Was the daughter in this house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we went in there. She showed you her stuffed animal, and she also had the stuffed bird that you could take back to the hostel, but didn't want to take a toy from a kid.
Exactly, yeah.
The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily-da, Mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
Shut up, Logic. They're kids. They're having fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Right? Do you really want to use words like laconic to 5-year-olds?
I don't want to tell the kids children are stupid either.
Right?
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
Yes.
What are you, Kid Master General?
Maybe.
Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything here.
Fine, Kim. Be like that. What do I have that's
Yeah, I don't know.
a primer for small kids?
Oh. I wonder when we picked that up.
Hmm.
But the game highlights it for interacting with the children. I don't remember if that helps or not.
And that's like, oh,
Yeah, it's like on the other side of these bushes.
yeah.
You can just go rest and spend some time.
The
Grumbles
noxious
an
odor
unshaven man
emanating
with
from the
ruddy
drunken
nose.
man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah? Don't call Abigail. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Wow.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in close.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
That is all he has to say.
Don't call Abigail.
Kind of thinking would interact with all of the people here.
Yeah, they're all like their own separate
Hey,
conversations.
Tequila. Good
Check
to
out that
see
name.
you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the high concept reality based adventures proceeding?
Ah, our meta commentary.
Good.
Just a little
These
bit.
people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
That may or may not be a name you can kind of dig up whenever you don't know your name and are trying to create one for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's got a lot to say, though. Unlike Don't Call Abigail.
Yeah.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now.
His shit-stained lycra jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Sadly,
He's
things
dressed
aren't
nicely,
going that
kind
well
of.
in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
We are saving the world.
Please.
Uh-huh.
Please don't call. Don't call.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
I also love this guy's voice actor a lot.
It's very
you.
good.
You're Tequila Sunset. We've met before. Don't you remember? Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Don't you?
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Foreboding, maybe I shouldn't learn what it means.
Inland is warning you.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
Let me tell you your story.
I imagine I would have gotten the same answer no matter what I clicked there.
I think so, actually, yeah.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them.
Could you not tell that to
That's
Kim, please?
Pretty high concept. if you ask me.
Does
Yeah.
that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably. The lieutenant's
Kim
brow
knows.
is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Or did at one point.
Yeah, this guy does have a good storytelling voice.
One moment
so
we
good.
hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach, you revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
Oh God, what happened next? Say
Yeah.
nothing, or every word I said was true.
Right, just don't say anything because dignity. It really, really plays into the whole, like, doomsaying aspect you can have going on.
Mm-hmm.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
What happened to you, Harry? Jesus.
We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on. Yeah, I agree.
It was fitting for the time.
It was an
For sure.
all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
How they're beautiful and also whores
Morale
and so on.
damage.
How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
Buddy, you have
If
no
you only
idea.
knew.
If you only knew.
Oh, Kim, I love you so much.
So this is like personal identification stuff.
Yeah, you can pry for some details if you'd like.
Beside
He
your
may or
gun
may
and
not
your
remember
badge,
them.
You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
This may or may not help explain the disposition the other cops had towards you when we met them back at the hostel.
Yeah, fair enough.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
More damage.
Mm-hmm.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail.
We've got 3
seemed
points to
pretty
work with. Very
painful,
nice.
To be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit. You said being a cop was real boring and there was no reason to talk about it. You also
That
kept
line.
pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temple, saying, boring, boring, boring.
That line changes a lot depending on how you play the game.
Yeah, I figured that had to do with my spec. Same with the politics line.
Oh yeah. I don't think asking
It's
him
a
about
hard
politics will
thing
change
for a man to
anything.
confront his
Well, it'll
past.
change based on the politics I
That's
chose.
why I avoid mine at
Yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
costs.
But I mean, from here on, it'll reflect things. So yeah.
So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Idiot Doom Spiral here.
Wait,
Well, yeah.
When
he's a
did he
storyteller.
identify himself as Idiot Doom Spiral? I missed that.
He hasn't. Well, I think he's maybe said it once, but he hasn't told you why.
Yeah.
You just immediately get that name, and he called himself that once or twice.
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
Booze. Did you already forget our party? So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral?
So,
A bottle
Idiot
for
Doom
a
Spiral here.
story. Seems fair to me.
He is a alcohol-fueled storyteller.
Nice. I like storytellers.
That's all he's got going on, but he's pretty cool for being a homeless alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
Classy.
He pushes the cork in through the bottleneck. Jeez.
Oh yeah,
Hey, Spiral,
very
you
classy.
gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan.
Mm-hmm.
I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way
Past
across
tense.
the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
No, he had the back here.
He thought he did.
Hmm.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office. I rang my
So
neighbor's
he did have
brothers.
2 keys.
It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He knows his
Just
business.
then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in.
Whoops.
Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the reality.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
He didn't try to, like, call back the people in his apartment complex that hung up on him. He just had to do everything himself.
Very true.
And then apparently started drinking and never stopped.
I feel like there's some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
I see.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansorique Lycra tracksuit. You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
He's already finished. So I love that story because, like, clearly there's probably some more he could do, but he's not wrong in that he experienced just, like, a few short bad luck chain of events, and suddenly he went from being, like, clearly a well-paid businessman to homeless in, like, a couple of nights.
Yeah. It's farcical. It's absolutely farcical, but at the same time.
Well, it's farcical, but it's also like a thing that happens to people, right? You know, a couple of bad days and you lose your job because of it, and now you're homeless, and well, now what? And so here he is.
Very true.
Like, I think he probably gave in a little bit too easily.
Yeah.
But you know, there could be other bits missing. He didn't tell you about being thrown in jail, and then as soon as you prodded, oh well, yeah, that happened too. So he's clearly a drunk and not trying to get better right now.
Yeah.
But it's just a couple of events. Like, that goes back to the authors of this game being Marxists. It's like a little capital critique. Yeah, he was good, and then he really wasn't. And that's just a thing that happens.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
We've spent an hour here talking to these drunks.
Oh yeah, you can spend a lot more if you bring back more booze. I want to say he has at least 2 more stories. I don't really remember one. But yeah, you can spend a lot of time talking with Idiot Doom Spiral. He's kind of great. And if you decided to opt into that hustle grind set quest from earlier, he can play a part in that too.
I don't remember the hustle grind set.
I forget. There was some point where one of your senses was talking about how taxes were ruining everything, even taxes that clearly don't exist. Some music. I don't know that you can look inside that post. It's just kind of a thought.
I get a little bit of real whenever I
Mm-hmm.
do that. Wait, is that just a full-on skill point?
Got a tiny bit of experience.
Which, yeah, I have 4 of them now. Which, speaking of which, I should probably use some items to, like, heal.
You can do that from just like the normal overview. If you back out and kind of look at your health, you can press those buttons right above to take, what is it, magnesium and Nosifed.
Alright. Yeah, because I remember you said, like, if your stats are low, it literally doesn't help you in those areas where you need those skills.
Yeah.
Like the,
exactly.
damage is actually, like, damage to, like, rolls.
Yeah, volition and endurance are both your health and, like, mental fortitude, if you will, but the damage they accumulate lowers those stats.
Yeah.
So volition or endurance will be rolling lower if you are damaged.
Okay.
It easily compounds on itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really know of any other game that does that.
It is a neat feature.
I think Banner Saga equated health to damage, which was different.
I think I have.
But that's the
Banner
only one I
Saga?
can think of.
I don't remember.
It's pretty cool.
Base stats. Bonus from thoughts is 3, for a total of 8 for perception.
Yeah, they're all pretty good. You've got high perception. Higher perception wouldn't hurt.
Didn't I need rhetoric to get into that one thing?
Oh yeah, there was the there's the like supply crate, the huge storage container in the dockyard that you can only open with rhetoric.
Yeah. Should have a negative from items for rhetoric.
Luckily, that's super easy to fix.
4. I'll do 3, because I know I'm going to need it.
Sure. I think your rhetoric's in a pretty good place now.
Yeah, it's my hat.
Bum brain. People don't find beanies convincing. Which, hey, I like beanies.
Yeah, they're alright.
Oh, you can investigate that post from earlier.
Oh, these ones here?
Yeah, you did the one that said maybe look inside, and now 2 of them are yellow.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow, barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
So these poles, you mean?
I think so. Yeah. Maybe you can investigate all of them to look for stuff? I don't really remember, though.
Real.
Hey, a full $1.
$1 and change.
Not bad. Wow. More story fuel. Hey. Okay, the green ones have stuff. I guess the yellow ones just gave you the thought earlier. Oh, never mind. Wow.
Yeah, good money.
Yeah. That was like almost $6. Feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you.
Yeah.
I believe this is our church.
And every time I find a green one, it's a little bit of real too.
Mm-hmm. It's worth it. It builds up. It's free money.
Yeah, no reason not to take it.
Mm-hmm.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
You might get something from spending some money here.
Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. End of tone.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre? Do you have any news about Pierre? He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man.
Interesting.
But who are you then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country.
Okay, ma'am?
To hell with the police. To hell.
Her voice is drowned. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not. Calling. Still calling. Again? Seriously? Someone with a masculine...
Hello, Gerard speaking. Don't worry
You
about
can
it,
engage in a
buddy.
prank
Happens
call,
a lot.
or yeah,
Have a nice day now.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone.
much nicer.
I am gonna save
There's-
depending on what's coming up.
Good idea. What makes you think you need to save for this?
You have this kind of tone to your voice.
Operable.
Fair enough.
Calling. Calling.
I'm gonna call her at
Calling.
some point, aren't I?
Still calling. Still.
Her?
Calling me, man.
Maybe.
I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
Deliver to the whirling in rags and martinets.
Right? This guy is clearly in something. He's got some pressure on him, and you can really mess with him with just a random call.
These seem bad. 1 and 2 seem bad.
I think
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
2 and 3. Yeah, 2 and 3. I didn't see
Yeah, I
who
think-
was this.
I think 1 and 4 are kind of your only options that don't screw with the guy.
Mm-hmm.
The phone gets hanged up fast as light. Disconnect. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
If I could go just 1 month without writing, no, 2 months, I could regenerate my brain. Fucking liberalism.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone. Just seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and put your
Here we
index
go.
finger on the rotary dial. Then
Oh.
pull down on the number. Then move one up and repeat the motion twice. Strange. This is
Content
not how you
warning.
started before. 414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air. 1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling. Yes. 451-67-451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks. 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion. Far away, a distant network of phones. Calling in the night. Pitiful and terrifying. You feel your pulse rise with each ring.
Oh, Half-Life doesn't like this.
Calling still.
Oh no.
The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy.
Oh, Volition is hang it up.
Yeah, Volition says hang it up. That you have a 3% chance to do it at full health.
I also don't have high Volition either. Because
it's not terribly high.
I'm at 5. I could have dumped those 3 points into Volition and gotten it up to 8, which, would have made my chances significantly better.
Oh yeah, it would have. But, well, then you'd hang up the phone.
Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello?
Damn.
6 options. Hello?
And 2 and 5 are rough.
Why is 5 rough?
Oh. You'll see.
Because I was leaning towards 5. 2, I want to die? Yes, rough.
Super rough. Why would you immediately respond to this lady with, your voice is so beautiful?
I was leaning towards that choice.
Well, go for it. It's your game. It's not going to cost you the game.
It's not going to cost me the game, you say, in an ominous way that absolutely terrifies more than anything you've said in a while.
I promise you, it won't cost you the game. It won't even cost you this whole conversation.
Yeah, because this is Proceed.
Yeah.
No. It's you, isn't it? It's you. Dora, who is this? The connection is bad.
Dora. The name feels like a gift. A gift that was meant for you. To make it possible to live. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her.
Ooh.
Bed springs.
Oh, yeah.
Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
This helps to explain option number 2.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Well, you're left with a terrible choice, a crazy choice, and goodbye. But there's definitely more here.
I don't want to say 2.
Smart.
4 is... There's definitely more conversation because it's Proceed.
Proceed.
And... Goodbye. Which almost certainly will end the conversation.
Give you a hint.
Yeah, hint would be good.
I think so. I guess I can give you a hint in that I'm not actually sure if option number 4 changes depending on, like, your political persuasions. It may now be reflecting, because of the ominously vague bit, on not really going along with any of those. But still might have something to do with, let's say, the relationship to who you're talking to now.
And then 6 just ends the conversation, I assume, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not ominous, Harry. You're drunk.
So she knows Harry.
She knows Harry.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
How do you know my name? Who's Harry?
Who's Harry? Are you
No,
sleeping with Harry? I'm also Harry.
2 is not the right answer.
No.
I'm not saying 4 because I'm not actually drunk. She's probably heard 3 plenty of times. 5 is the wrong answer.
And 6 is kind of real.
I'm gonna be real with her.
Maybe, yeah, maybe a little too real.
Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
Do you want to party? No.
Yeah. Bad choice.
Talk.
And definitely not aligned with how you're playing.
Yeah.
You've done some self-discovery, but there's definitely still gaps.
Yeah.
2 kind of works in that direction.
Yeah, 2 is more what I'm leaning towards. Where are you doesn't seem... If somebody was answering... If I was answering a call at 4 in the morning from somebody from my past who asked me, where are you? I wouldn't answer.
Yeah, I would probably hang up. And maybe saying, I'm the law.
No.
There's talking about the case. Like, it's kind of deflecting, right?
Yeah. So 1, absolutely not. 2 is my maybe. 3, doesn't feel right. 4...
It's kind of the same as 3, if you ask me.
4 is essentially like... Well, I know what the answer is. She's going to work, almost certainly. Or she's getting ready for work. At least that's my guess. I am the law. I'm a detective. There's a case. No. Is somebody there with you? No. So
2 it is. Hey, J. Hank, we're in the middle of a very touchy phone call.
This is essentially a boss battle by the feel of it.
Yeah, it's similar to the other boss battles you've had.
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
Physical damage.
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
One more question. 6 is new.
I don't really want to tell her I'm about to have a heart attack.
No. Who do you think Harry is talking to right now?
Ex-wife?
There you go.
Or daughter, but probably ex-wife.
Yeah, could be daughter. She has a very sweet voice. Harry likes it a lot.
But probably ex-wife. How did you know we only had...
Near the beginning, when we kind of started on this, I think...
Yeah, something said that there was only so many...
Yeah.
Oh, you only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out. Oh, I'm not drunk or high. Okay, yeah. So I've gotten 3 things out.
J. Hank wants you to declare that you are the law.
No, J. Hank, I'm being nice. This is my ex-wife who I'm calling at 4 in the morning. I'm not telling her I'm the law. I'm pretty sure she knows and doesn't respect me.
And how long was that phone number you called to get there? It was like 20 goddamn numbers.
Yeah, it's big.
It's like, I don't know how many phone numbers it is to call a different continent and a different nation.
Well, also,
almost feels like you're calling a different planet.
She also says it's 4 in the morning. It's 2 in the afternoon for us. She's 10 hours behind us or 14 hours ahead of us, depending on where she's at.
Yeah, she's at least half a day away.
Yeah.
By planet rotation standards.
Mm-hmm.
She's almost, you could say, she's as far away as possible.
Yeah, she's on the other side of the planet.
Mm-hmm. So you've got 1, maybe 2 more options.
She doesn't want to hear... one, I'm not saying.
That's smart. That's smart.
Very. Yeah, that's up with the old "want some fuck" line.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, like with the way you're playing, I would say 3 or 4 or maybe 6, because it's at least honest.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 makes sense. 4 feels a bit much. 5 is no. 6 feels just like dumping on her. Like it's 4 in the morning. Like,
oh yeah. 5 feels like you're kind of self-obsessed. 6 definitely feels like a trauma dump.
Mm-hmm.
And 7 is basically just as bad as 1.
I don't read it as just as bad as 1, but it's also not good.
It's very not good. They're not the same, for sure.
Yeah. I think I'm actually just gonna hang up.
You know what? That's safe. I'll tell you that much.
Your hand isn't moving. The headset hisses in your ear with evil sadness.
I can't. I have to ask another question.
The game will not let you. Harry is incapable of hanging up on this conversation.
Because I didn't try volition earlier.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm in my rover, sleeping. To work.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper. What are you doing to yourself right now? You need to stop. Harry, you're killing yourself. Your hand isn't moving. Your hand isn't moving. The headset hisses in your ear.
Well,
with evil sadness.
You're only left with bad options. I'll remind you now, this is a game about failure.
Yeah?
Oh no, please stop. Please, let's just hang up.
Your hand.
I'm trying to.
The headset hisses in your ear. With
the game says there's
sadness.
more pain.
Yes.
Wow. Whew. That could have been a lot worse.
That very much could have. And I'm still here with terrible answers.
You're still here with, like, 2 pretty bad answers. Do you want to party? She almost certainly does not, right?
There's a 150% chance she does not want to party.
Right.
There's almost a 200% chance that she does not want to party with Harry.
Yeah, no spoilers necessary. It's definitely not a good choice. So, you can talk to her about what's going on in your world.
How do I still have this much time on the fucking phone?
The game lies sometimes. Not that any of these interactions were, long.
She doesn't answer. Okay.
She does not.
Doesn't matter. None of it matters. Can you help me?
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money.
Oh, thank God they saved me from myself. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't have to...
They did.
Oh no, I'm not putting 10 cents back in and dialing the long number
You
again.
fucking call her back. Yeah, so... Ouch. Surprise! Mini-boss fight. Critically plot important. Well, kind of. At least to Harry. Not so much the case. Yeah.
Surprise! It's your inner demon.
Yeah, exactly. Surprise, bitch. This is one of the most realist conversations you can have in the game, and it hurts a lot.
On this railing, it smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull
Unavoidable
shit and
damage.
tangled with- It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. A clue?
It
You
might
think
be
our
a
suspect
clue.
is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
Yes, Kim.
You should still take it.
It's crazy filthy.
Oh, I'm sure.
Wow, okay.
It's just tar.
Yeah, I'm more surprised that you can interact with it through the fence.
Yeah.
Hey. Mega Bino prescription lenses. You can't even wear the filthy jacket.
I'll have to interact with it first, yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Where do these go? Are these a head item? Oh no, there's
They're
just
a
a glasses
glasses
slot.
item.
Yeah, glasses slot.
A thing you're not using right now, but -1 perception. Whose idiotic idea were square and beige plastic frames anyway? Beige is a color that does not look good on anyone.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy
Super
tale,
gross.
not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously. Good choice.
You want to devote time to
Unless-
thinking about the jacket? Sure. No real reason to. Or, yeah.
I just wanted to say it first.
As you
Fair
hold
enough.
it in your, it's a sordid. Some secrets are better. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Great use of the
Somehow,
word
it was carried or
ensconces.
dragged to the boardwalk, if not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night. The faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind or how many. Suffice to say, the jacket spent some time on the ground before someone draped it over the railing. The crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it then? Somewhere, high above the city, a pair of seagulls trace loops through the air.
And that's shivers?
They are like the bombardiers
Yeah.
of the aerostatic brigades, gliding above a target-rich environment. All of a sudden, the Bombay doors open, and they splat an explosion of white on a man's shoe. A curse goes up, but the birds do not hear. It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is
I don't think there's getting out of that without taking mental damage. Certainly wiping it on your pants is also not a good idea.
I imagine, yeah. It won't interact?
We investigated that just a minute ago. Was that the weighing machine, or was that the one over to the right?
No, that was
They look
over
kinda
here.
similar.
This is something else.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something else. I'll be honest, I forget what that is. Or if it has any use.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
So we have an extra dead body over here that...
You do indeed. Just kind of hanging out on the pier. I wonder what happened to him.
An empty cigarette package and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
A man
Indeed.
lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet.
He slipped through and whacked his head?
The smell is
He was just out here
not as
drinking
bad
and
as
slipped
the
and
2
fell.
old corpse,
And that's the
but
end of
it's
him.
definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It
Fair
feels
enough.
disrespectful. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. Or maybe
He found more than that.
just dark.
Mm-hmm.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done. Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
At least this man knew how to party.
Shut up,
Imagine
electrochemistry.
the same scene without
Right?
Now that would be just sad. This is an omen.
It's just as sad
A sign
with the
from
bottle.
above. Don't start drinking again.
Wow, 4.
Yeah.
Just deny the alcoholism.
Mm-hmm. And 2 is celebrate the alcoholism.
Yeah.
Well, at least you're not married.
Yeah, about that, Kim.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
You know, maybe.
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short time frame.
It doesn't feel like it's connected.
Half-Life is always paranoid, right?
Hmm.
It's fight or flight.
Without any further evidence, yes. They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Kim knows.
Hmm.
Again, he's seen this several times.
Yeah.
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
So take the case or don't take the case. Are there benefits and rewards for taking the case?
There's content.
Then there's probably XP.
Yeah, I would say there's almost certainly XP.
Hmm.
It's not. I'll give you a hint. It's not a very big thing.
I
It
imagine.
doesn't like take a bunch of time.
I imagine not, but
A A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident too. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
Still have the option to take it, though.
Yeah.
Or step away and decide later.
No need to rush.
I don't know if you gained the library card. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have it.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Jamrock? We're in Rivershoal.
You are. He was a ways away from home, by the sound of it.
Is a unisex name.
Or maybe the library
Could
is just
be the
over there in
deceased,
Jamrock.
Or his family member. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211.
I got a phone number at least.
At Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours.
We should first decide what to do with the body before taking any other actions. Let's take another
That phone
look
number,
at the body
though,
and talk things through.
with business hours, probably for the library and not his home.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
So we at least know who he is or where he's from.
Sort of, yeah. It noted that Billy Mejean, Billy's kind of a unisex name. It might not actually be his card. He could have been borrowing it. Do you have any thoughts?
He's a long way from home. Could be a lorry driver. That would make the most sense. I do agree that it's probably not related to the murder. Could be drugs. The guy could be high.
Yeah. There could have been something there you didn't find. Either way, you did find cigarettes, a lot of liquor, and some chewing gum, aside from the card. So he was trying to hide the fact that he was drunk after drinking a bunch.
He was drunk 2 days ago. How long was the gate been closed?
We're on day 3, and it just opened up today. So, about 2.5 days.
Okay.
Maybe a little longer. I want to say you probably jumped that gap just before the game started. Maybe a day, so like 3.5 days at max.
Yeah.
Would you like a small hint?
Sure.
You've run into somebody who knows this guy. But it's kind of hard to draw that conclusion with the information you have. You could do it, but you'd have to remember...
Potentially something from our first stream months and months ago.
Probably something from our very first stream, yeah. That's vague enough.
Oh no!
Is
this related to the lady in the wheelchair? I hope not.
No. Good guess, but no. She was definitely looking for her husband, but she kind of knew where he was.
She wanted her husband and his associate.
There's no associate here. Of course, he probably wouldn't be hanging out for a couple of days. No, there was somebody else who claimed to know where her husband was, but maybe didn't upon pushing a little further. Someone who may have appeared to be an avid reader.
How the hell was that then, I wonder?
Oh well. We'll find out eventually. Or we won't. It's not critical. I guess I'll say you could poke around the first half of the game to find who you're looking for.
A man lies on the boardwalk.
From where I stand, I can see
Let's take the
two
case.
options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. Alright, we've already examined the library card. Let's call the Jamrock Library from my kinema, see if we can learn anything about this Billy Méjean. And while we're there, we should also call the station, let them know that we are taking the case.
And there you go. You've got a little bit of a lead.
So that's the church. That's the evil phone.
That's the evil phone. I think right now... Let's see, there's definitely one other building that we haven't really examined over here.
We also walked away from that one lady that...
Yeah, there's
tent
the
lady.
church, the tent, the lady just outside of the tent, and one other big building over here we haven't examined.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out. Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not into things. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Damn it, Kim.
He doesn't like delinquents. I love these characters.
Oh, a speaker.
Oh, yeah.
Nasal sprays.
Mm-hmm. Nosafed Ultra. The better version of what you've been taking.
Ooh.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music.
Maybe my favorite character in the whole game.
And says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets.
Hardcore!
Yeah!
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Here comes the night!
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
I'm glad the game straight up tells you, that dude's a puzzle.
Bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
An egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend
Thank you,
Noid.
Noid.
I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
Quite
Andre,
the
you are
lexicon on this one.
Yeah, you are very well spoken.
He is.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
Barely made that.
Oh, just barely.
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads!
Dopeheads, yeah!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that. In Reversholt.
Wait. You were going to build a dance club in this shithole?
Yes, precisely. Well, they just told you they couldn't find a place elsewhere. So, you know, out on this coast, which is barely recognized by any of the surrounding cities.
Mm-hmm. Where the Union Mafia holds sway.
Yep.
Strike that! The world!
I'm sorry to judge you a little bit, Rad.
Yeah, because the dopeheads and
Yeah,
burnouts
well.
rolled up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those. Are you gonna question him or be like, yeah, I also hate dopeheads?
Question.
They're spooky.
It's not quite what you expected, right?
Judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Sure.
All right, man.
Nice.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously.
New task.
The whole tent is. The boys exchange giddy looks.
Help the Ravers start a nightclub.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
So wait, you locked people in the church?
Mm-hmm.
Spooky people?
Like a week, maybe? I'm
I
super
love these
sure
guys.
they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see them popping up too often.
I passed it, I think, with my new glasses that I'm wearing.
Yeah, if you're wearing them, you probably are. Well, you probably did.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean,
It's a little bit
come
lower
on.
than before.
Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives. I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Oh, yeah.
He looks at his friend with an expression of profound understanding.
You're right. It is nonsense. Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid cop, now would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you.
Let's get out of this tree here. Where was I with that padlock?
He nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of one smart cop.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
Let him think you're a smart cop, sure.
All right.
Dips into his belt pocket and produces the yellow key, makes a sudden, cool, infused move, tossing it in your general direction.
Be the cool cop.
The cool cop. You cannot access your inventory of clothing right now.
Oh, I didn't care. I wanted to see these, actually.
Oh, okay.
Superstar cop, apocalyptic, boring, or sorry or boring.
Well, you haven't said sorry once. Neat.
Yeah.
You sense the trajectory
Nice.
of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly. The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
They haven't seen them. They haven't yet got the police involved, and they locked them inside because spooky.
Yep.
Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
He has a British accent in a place that's mostly known for French.
Yes, he does.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
And Egghead sounds kind of distinctly German, right?
Yeah. It could be like Finnish. Like Norwegian.
Yeah, could be Finnish. Some Northern European language.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No.
Andre also has kind of an English accent. More of like a street
Which
English
other
accent.
one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
So they got spooked and really don't know what they were spooked by.
Yeah.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark corner. Look behind it.
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations where you can listen to people getting killed on, then jerk off to it. Sick shit.
Must be. Even Kuno knew that.
Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to relay stuff. We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about the machines. He'll tell you more. Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost. Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
Or a shadow of the chandelier?
Maybe.
Yeah,
They
you
certainly
know,
don't know for
the way
sure.
It was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls.
Who the hell's a cell?
Someone you haven't talked to yet.
Yeah. Probably the lady outside, or the person outside.
Yep.
Crab man! Yeah,
Crab
totally.
man! God, I love
I
it.
didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
I love that line so much. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
I was about to ask if you loved the line about the crab in there or just Egghead shouting crab man.
I mean both.
So he hasn't even been in there lately. Is he afraid?
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from? Sure. What? Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
In your opinion, does this ancient religious organization who anoints the innocent want a dance club in one of the churches?
Right?
Totally.
No matter which way you go.
Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance. Love
He's so
is
good.
hardcore.
Unity.
So good.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Oh my god.
Like, all of those are kind of going along with their insanity except for 5. But they're great.
True, I kind of like one of just being like, yeah, I'm an adult, nod my head, sure.
Sure. Harry is a little old.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
I can't. These are the only two options to proceed.
Yes.
Agree or disagree.
Yep.
That's pretty downbeat. I think I speak for all of us when I say we expected the law to be more open to the idea of love, unity, and the Pericarnassian posse.
I'm sorry the law doesn't share your vision.
Yeah. I like number 2.
I was actually, that's Sorry Cop. No, I don't want to say that.
It is Sorry Cop. You don't have any Sorry Cop points, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is. So, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. His expectation is fierce. You can't be scared of moving a little bit, are you? Get the grind on.
Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water. Oh, It's the one
And
they
it's
sell at the fuel station.
distilled water.
Okay. Reeks of sweat in here. What's all this stuff here?
Now? Oh, the old Ultra. I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
Sound fine to me.
Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing. Without the nose, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
I see you're enjoying a whole bunch of antihistamines. Can I have some?
I thought it was going to be morale improving, so that's why I said yes.
Yeah, I think magnesium is the morale one. I forget, but it is one of your 2 heals, so you just got some.
Yep. So
he clearly didn't want to explain why they have
a bunch of antihistamines in here. Yeah.
Yeah.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Oh no.
Convinced?
Smart cop
I'm not
guys,
convinced I'm a smart cop.
You went along with it. You could also, back out, ask him about Egghead. So Egghead is a puzzle, and you haven't talked directly with Noid yet.
Correct.
Hi again. So, he's a quiet man. Mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies. You know, a host, a declaimer of slogans. He's a performer, gets the people going. Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Yeah, sometimes, when I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
As always,
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading. Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
Don't really have matching vibes, man.
Yep.
Weird stuff.
Sounds like a bunch of people who hang out all day and do
Data
antihistamines.
processor and some
Yeah.
sort of long-wave machinery.
Data processor, long wave machinery.
He recognizes that much at least.
Yeah.
Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural. Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it though.
Okay.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Inland wants in on this?
Inland loves the supernatural.
Oh yeah, because it's the world in your own head. Yeah. That's
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's very David Lynchian Mind Palace-y.
Yeah, it seems like.
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Okay, pale-related diseases comes up here.
We haven't heard about the pale in a while.
No, we haven't. And then pretenders pretending to be human is an interesting one too.
Oh yeah. Reminds me of, what's the Native American thing? The skinwalkers.
Yeah.
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
So he will have more to say if you can get them in there.
Get them into the place that they locked the door on?
Yep. Because they were freaked out about what they saw inside. Well, what someone else saw inside. They only heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you,
This is hardcore. It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
It's so good!
Back to the heavyweight jam. Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibbert.
Well, that's not the correct path.
Hardcore! Skibbity. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Hardcore. Yeah! Lucky Ersky Materialski. We're close. True.
So say nothing. Is it really?
Spinning out lyrics since the day I was born. And the amount of lyrics I got is against the law.
You say to a police officer?
He says straight to the cop's face, yeah.
But I've done...
Close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the nap. We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega.
You haven't done one yet.
Coherent.
Internally coherent, says the puzzle man, shouting like DJ slogans.
Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata, the place to be.
So he responds to that, of all things.
Mm-hmm. But not coherently.
Yeah. Almost like he's been on antihistamines the whole time.
Yeah, or maybe refined antihistamines. You know, kind of like you can't buy so much Sudafed all at once.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeko Kata is an abbreviation from the Gradian term, Zone of Ecological Catastrophe, an agricultural megaproject in the extreme southeast of the Gradian Isola. It involved cutting-edge approaches to irrigation and a completely new type of fertilizer.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
An intricate system of irrigation.
It's going to keep going.
Marking the earth. Intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
Okay.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata. It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion. The spirit is what you feel.
Okay, so I've answered all of those. Nothing,
Yep.
nothing, nothing, nothing.
Still nothing.
All right. Yeah. Gotta get the people going. Yeah. Request. I want everybody's. We're close. True. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah. Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job. 2 on a track. Watch your back.
Okay.
True. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car. All. Gotta get the people. I'm the party boy. It's my job. Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit stuff.
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of eternite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru lived there.
We're close. True. Hard, internally coherent. All car. All right.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime.
Hardcore. Ah.
Okay. That's 7 nothings in a row? Or like
something like that, yeah.
Is it though?
Is it though?
But is
Fuck.
it? I mean, really.
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chicks checker. Yeah. We're close. True.
As soon as you're given the option to agree with him that, like, yeah, it's totally hardcore.
Is it though? But is it? I mean,
feels like you should reply.
Under the radar, over the top.
So that's a dead end.
True.
Almost.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. Ah. Is it though? One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life.
Almost.
We're close. True. Hard. All.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. Ah. The question is, what is the question?
He jumps straight from just shouting hardcore to like, no, but philosophically, what is hardcore?
But there was no question. We're close. True. All.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. The question is, but there was a question?
Have I done all the dialogue options for this?
We're close. True. Hardcore.
Maybe?
All car. All right.
He furrows.
I don't think so. I think you.
Hardcore. Ah.
I think you can finish the task here.
Is it though?
I think.
But is it? I mean, really?
I haven't done the question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Solve the egghead puzzle.
The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore. There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane, right next to the canal. Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
This guy sitting there declaring everything is hardcore is actually kind of worried it's not hardcore enough.
Why are there lungs on his belt buckle?
Why are there lungs on his belt buckle? That's definitely a thing we haven't seen yet.
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah! I think so. Rhymes that keep their secrets will unfold behind the clouds. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
How hardcore do you think it is?
I don't even understand this conversation anymore.
That's super fair. That's super fair.
Fuck yeah, I knew it.
He seems sure, but you are left with the nagging doubt you might have overestimated the hardcoreness of that jam.
No nation, but trans nation. No war, but class war.
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Palaceum. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
Which is maybe a what's his name? It's a very old pop punk reference.
One that I don't get.
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Billy Idol.
Jermaine? His egghead's name is Jermaine?
Yes.
Yeah! Revachon imperative! Unless you were thinking Revachon imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with Eggs yelling. I know what you mean. Hardcore superstar! Yeah! Dark hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Alright! Here comes the night!
So, these three are like an amalgamation of a lot of different kind of pop musicians thrown in one.
I wasted 90 minutes in that room talking to those idiots.
It was maybe, yeah, maybe even closer to 2 hours. It was a long time. Kim's just kind of been standing there.
In the rain, on the ice, in the cold.
Mm-hmm.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
She must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks, Hossie. It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
That's my name. I take
Smart
it you have met
choice.
the others. Did they tell you about the church and the club thing? Will you help us? Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here. Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
So should you.
I'm wearing a hat.
You don't have to do anything.
You are wearing a hat.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Your pulse rises.
This is kind of an odd conversation, don't you think?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else.
Also, is she wearing like a skirt or something?
I think so, maybe. Like a skirt
My
and some
whole family
leggings,
swears
and then a
it
big
rubbed
old
off
hoodie.
on me.
Big jacket with a scarf.
Oh, that. You're not gonna believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
She's a little bit more sane
I
than
went
the others.
in and I saw
Yeah.
a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still. And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me, right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like
It doesn't
you
sound
cried
pleasant at
yourself?
all.
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail.
Noid? Or maybe Andre. One of them told you to
Noid-
not tell her that you didn't believe her.
Yeah, Noid said to believe her.
Yeah.
Why? Okay then. They certainly do around me. My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Okay.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
It's a sane attitude to have.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Okay. All right, Encyclopedia. Thank you.
No idea.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble. Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum. Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
A 2 sounds awful.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Oh yeah.
There's
You would
bigotry
know
in
Van
Harry
Eyck.
somewhere.
Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
Now, hold on.
Don't
I
know what that
party.
means. I don't know what that means either.
She doesn't recognize your lingo, old man. I love it.
That's cool. Sure. Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound. My boyfriend sold them.
Which guy's her boyfriend?
We don't know.
I don't know, man. Things.
Everything checks out, sire.
She
The
didn't
musicians
really want
in
to
the
tell you about her
Palaceum
friends,
used them for
so we don't know which
making
one.
music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
Take this, you're called.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Thanks.
No more bum hat.
That's fine.
It's fine. You've got other hats.
Yeah, the boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure. Yeah, Andre and the guys, inside the tent.
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Didn't you see it yourself? It's mostly music stuff, like this tape recorder, but bigger. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. Go ahead.
Plus, she's out here recording.
Gave her the hat.
Still a 17% chance.
It's supposed to become like a club, except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If it ever comes.
Go ahead. Okay, bye.
Alright.
Could maybe jack your empathy up with some clothes for that check. Or you do have 1 point.
I have a point. Well, first of all, do I have any negatives? Which doesn't look like now.
Not for empathy.
Oh, clothes. Which actually, no, I don't have any other. Oh, I do have one hat. I have
oh.
a samurai hat.
The rice field hat, I think you mean. Yeah, so we have a bunch of people who are, like, obvious old music references. Andre looks kind of like Johnny Rotten. Noid looks a little bit like David Bowie. And Egghead looks... I forget... Even the name Arno van Eyck is supposed to be, like, a reference to some modern EDM producer.
Hmm.
And they all want to start an EDM club in this old church when it's just a fledgling art out here. This has nothing to do with the investigation.
I'm sure, yeah.
But it's pretty out there and cool.
All right, let's try this. 17%.
I love this game.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on.
Though at 17%.
Yeah, I should get it. I should get it within 5 tries or so.
Well, yeah. You do have a better chance than only rolling double sixes as your success.
Yeah.
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover.
Woof.
Underneath, you see a reel.
You're gonna need at least double fives.
You put the device.
At least, yeah. So second failure.
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns.
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover.
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns
Getting
the yellow
close,
plastic
but
cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
these are bad odds. This is what, empathy?
Mm-hmm.
Hello again.
28%. So it should be a 4 or a 5 now. Right?
Probably? 28% is way more than 17. It only went up by 11.
The device is still warm from her
Boom!
touch and heavy as
all
a
you
brick.
needed to do.
That's exactly what I needed.
Inside. The company
Wow.
logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I was trying to look up the probability of getting that
She
roll.
looks you in the eye.
How many rolls it would take
Pupils wide,
on
surrounded
average.
by a ridiculous amount of
Yeah, I mean, if it's double fives or better, there's only 4 chances out of all the probabilities.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's 6 times 6, so 36. So 4 out of 36, or
One way of
1
doing
out
it.
of
You're
9.
also rolling. Well, you're also rolling, like, if you want to use statistics, yeah, like 1 out of 9-ish, but also you're consecutively trying to get a 17% chance roll, which means you have an 83% chance of failing every single time you roll.
Mm-hmm.
So the more you roll, like, that eventually flattens out, but it's actually, like, on consecutive rolls, less than 17%.
Yeah.
The wind howls. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I know. I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Does Harry really want to divulge things like this? Totally can. She seems pretty nice, honestly.
I'm thinking more of like, if we get her to talk about this stuff, she might tell us more about the guys inside.
Yeah.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boy or Darrow about it if you want to. What is it?
Oh god, it's politics.
Oh yeah, it's politics.
Oh,
You've seen that before,
really?
just 4 answers.
Achievement unlocked, the world's most laughable centrist.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress.
Yeah, it's maybe too slow, even though I kind of like slow. Okay, centrism.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so you're not that upset, it sounds like. Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about?
Perhaps.
We did just have one hell of a phone call.
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you think that? There you have
Two's
it then.
pretty
chick
honest,
trouble.
yeah.
Not political after all. Who was she?
The game gives you, like, the option to lie about calling her recently.
Mm-hmm.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Oof.
Let's not call her a whore to the woman I'm trying to leave a good impression with.
Right.
How come you don't remember, though?
It's not very
Is
classy.
it like some selective memory thing?
All pretty good answers this time around.
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory. Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
Carefully edited.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank. You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich. Yeah.
She's the one that called it a bullshit psych thing.
Might
Okay.
be for the best to keep that shit forgotten.
Just in case you were questioning that.
Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
My associates.
Thank you, pain threshold.
I haven't got much to say about them. Sorry. I just don't.
To the cops.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later.
Damn it.
Yep. She's got her own little policy. Oh, right. I was about to say into the line, but you can go behind the church there.
No, you can't. Because if I...
You can't?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We got a couple things to do, some of which are time sensitive. We probably should check out that church that you were so excited about. At some point.
Yeah. The church has some pretty cool stuff going on to it. There's maybe one conversation you should have before. I don't know what that's referring to.
Oh, it was the car. It was basically like, oh, you're standing next to a car. Don't worry, it's not your car.
I barely even recognized the car up there. Yeah, there's some wheels with like a lot of grass growing over it, I guess. Yeah, okay. Ah.
There's a town over here.
There's some people over here, yeah.
There sure are.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water. Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there.
These are probably that lady's husband and the assistant, would be my guess.
Yeah, that's a pretty good guess. They're way out here,
Nice and easy.
searching
no
in
way
nets.
Out, little guys. Not out of this
Moral.
jam.
The cryptozoologist.
Yeah.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary, the crypto-fascist.
The crypto-fascist?
An entirely different sort of crypto. That's the associate.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
I fucking love that.
That's
He hasn't said anything.
He takes no
but the game
pleasure
just tells
from
you.
your appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the A81.
Yeah, I'm gonna withhold the whole story.
Oh,
You don't have to tell him you broke
we
it.
should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
Yeah.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
Wow, that's a really special bug.
But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
But you're sure they exist?
Oh yeah, he's a cryptozoologist. It has to
Yes,
be real.
It makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Well, the Megaphasmo is the size of a forearm. This thing is smaller.
He is laying nets that don't look like they would capture something bigger than a person or a forearm.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long,
would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
What about second-hand accounts?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought
the
us
bug
to
thing.
Martinez specifically.
Yeah, the bug thing that Lena was talking about. Well,
It's
she
the
talked about
first
Minnie.
credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Of what now?
Encyclopedia does not know the answer to that.
Well, I failed by one.
Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate. Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
Wait, it's a resilient species with a delicate exoskeleton?
Well, maybe it's really good at hiding and not so much at taking damage.
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
It does,
They'll
doesn't
work,
it?
I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams.
So other teams have
which use
failed.
plants. We have given this some thought,
Yeah,
The
so it's
traps
not
do seem to
a
be
totally
definitely
crazy
thoughtfully
hypothesis.
constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Yes. What? I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateauquin forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Right.
So less than 1% of all the cryptids theorized or talked about are real so far.
Yep.
But hey, I mean, he definitely seems like he knows that.
Do you know what the success rate in pharmacological research is? 0.00003% of bioreactive agents have reproducibly beneficial effects. Yet science persists in the search for medicine, as we persist in our search for new species.
Fair enough. I don't know how real that number is, but fair enough.
Yeah. There's a slightly different end there as well.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Yes? All right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Oh, we can't talk about the invisible one?
The sound?
Yeah.
It is not on that list. You got a pretty detailed story from Lena, though. But yeah, it is kind of odd you can't talk to him about it.
By all means. And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down. Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the Phasmid somehow.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers. Yes.
Interesting.
That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious Phasmid.
I don't think she told us that story yet.
She didn't.
It's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian Phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
You're putting food in there for it.
And even in that case, he would have, you know, a corpse of some new bug to report on.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe even standing out here around the traps is warding it off.
I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require
Oh, he
a
loves
great
that.
deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, persistence. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
The pursuit of knowledge is its own justification, or what? Aren't you having fun?
Aren't you having fun, Kim? Don't you just love cryptids? Come on. We just have to traipse around in some mud and pick our way through some nets and traps.
Even relative to examining a weak old corpse, I'm not sure mucking about in the reeds qualifies as fun. But have it your way, detective.
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight. That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
You know you want that spray.
Yeah.
Wise choice.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
Kim is not buying
A
it.
single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
I don't need that sass from you, man. I'm being friendly.
You are. And I think he's trying. He's probably just used to people calling him a quack, right? He's a cryptozoologist.
Yeah.
Out of over 4,000 species people theorize, 2 have been found, and more than half of them have been disproven, and he's still out here searching.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp.
Kind of a warning. I think if you walk away or do other things, they'll be back at the whirling. You won't be able to talk to them here.
Yep.
Hello.
Now Gary.
I'm Gary. Very yellow man. I mean, officer.
What the fuck?
He's not so crypto about it, huh?
Takes out his notebook. Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about after a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Oh, I've been tempted.
Drunks and degens,
But
huh?
someone has to stay strong for Revacol.
He says Revacol,
Yeah.
like Nippon instead of Nihon. He's got some extra patriotism on that pronunciation.
He pronounces Revacon with a hard K, unlike other people.
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? Strange.
Is this your mug? I love it.
My mug? Why would you think that? I may have had a similar looking mug in the past.
God, was that his apartment that we went in?
That you broke into? You remember where you found the mug, right?
Yeah.
Right next to that apartment and the murder scene.
And
well,
also
the hanging scene.
That's the place that Everard wanted us to unlock and get into.
It is. Well, wanted you to unlock. He didn't want you to go in, but we went in anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to fine me, are you?
250 real fine?
Sure. He was throwing his trash where it's not supposed to be. That container was locked. It's only for the hostel. And this guy respects authority, being a fascist and all.
Do I cheat him out of a bunch of money?
You can do whatever, including being like, you just threw away a mug. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
I was more thinking of like if I try and charge him 100 or 250, he might be like, well, maybe I can pay it off in a different way by giving him information.
Maybe. Again, he has an almost unhealthy respect for the law, being a fascist.
Mm-hmm. See, you said that again in a weird way.
Well, it's in his name. The game doesn't dance around it. You saw his apartment. It has a lot of patriotic symbolism. He says Revacol instead of Revachol. With a hard
God.
K.
250? How am I gonna pay that? Okay, I'll work harder.
This is a considerable expense to him. It's, in a way, admirable how quickly he composes himself after such a blow.
And I'll never do it again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions.
What did you
Helping
do,
out the
Gary?
law.
I love it.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
All of them?
All of them. It's nice
So
to
I
know a
can
guy.
use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob.
It's always some other race's fault.
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Oh no, he dishonored himself.
He sure did.
No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Oh? What is it like?
I live right across the yard from where he was
Cleaning up a
hanged,
crime scene.
and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know? Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was.
Yes, that sounds good.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
That's
What
different.
Sound. Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic and glass bottles, the smell of decay. The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
You did have another option
No.
for that strain. Well, yeah,
I mean,
assume.
yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
So you're saying there was something else for the sound option?
I think there is another option under option 3.
What sound?
It's just kind of pressing him, but he does respect authority.
I haven't the slightest. There's lots of...
Every day, the wind,
Okay.
the sound you
Same
heard
response.
was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
I hope I could help your investigation. In my small way.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Composure.
It is a composure check. But like the game said, you might be able to get some more points on that
Always
if
a
you
pleasure. I mean,
intimidate him a little more.
officers. Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
Mr. Everard? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night about some theories. Stupid. Shouldn't have run my
Maybe
mouth
he was
loud
talking
like
with
that.
Measurehead.
Maybe.
I won't do it again. If there's anything...
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door opening operation.
Okay. So
Much
58%
better
chance.
chances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers.
Scared him with the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough.
Fuck that shit.
There's something going on with this guy. I mean, there's a couple somethings going on with this guy.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to...
He's got the armor underneath.
Bingo.
Yes.
He didn't throw away all
Piece
the
of
armor.
Ceramic armor, for example. One that makes
You didn't find anything in there, really.
When the plates meet each other.
Just the dude's
resembling
pants.
pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Uh-huh. You stole a murder victim's armor. That's evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
That means it's okay to steal from him. And the crime
Only
scene.
The cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man.
You fucking better
CLI
be.
officers commanded the suzerain's navy.
However,
I'm sided with the king when...
That's why he's okay with the Seolites? Because they helped out the royalty? Not just like, oh, they're people like you and me, but like, they helped out the government I like, so I guess I can accept them.
They were thoroughly
I guess
conservative
maybe
men.
I shouldn't be
realizes
racist against them.
It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
Kinda. But we already find him a lot.
I always thought it was the Union. But I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
Yeah, funny thing, the Union's taking credit for it, and we know they didn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't need to know that, but that guess is actually sort of on the mark.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. That's almost like a reverse boss fight, right? You've gone through so many conversations where you just take constant, unavoidable damage unless you make godlike rolls. And here you just bully this asshole. And hey, you got an honest-to-God piece of armor.
-1 empathy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Goes under my shirt.
It does. You can
Or
wear
under
a
my jacket.
jacket over it.
Volition is... Yeah.
Volition's pretty good.
The white ceramic cuirass hugs your torso, shielding your vitals without adding much bulk to your form. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
That's not a
Hint,
bad
hint.
thought.
It's not a bad thought. It's not subtle at all, either.
I have 2 points, so...
Using
savoir
one of
faire.
them to unlock thought? Pretty good.
Yeah, savoir faire, hard move, research time, 3 hours.
Little bit of a long research time, but you still got time in the day to get through it.
Ah, that's not too bad. What was the one, like 8 hours?
Yeah, there's definitely several that are way bigger.
Alright, so that's where those guys got to. We're also running out of time to call that library. Might even be
Oh,
past time.
yeah. You probably could go back to the payphone and call them.
We'll go back to the car. That's where Kim wanted to go.
Yeah. That's a good idea. It doesn't actually pass any time to move around.
So this is the southern edge of the map.
Yeah, I think it's oriented so that like straight up is northeast.
There's a playground over here.
Mm-hmm. We may have not examined that place. Oh, there's one of the traps.
Yeah, I don't think we've been
And
out
money.
here. Yeah, because it was by the radio tower, they said.
Right. Yeah, this is where we came from, but I don't think the trap was available at the time. But it may just be that like the car event kind of triggered as soon as you get close.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get across. I see here.
Yeah, yeah.
I could also buy the boombox over here too.
Mm-hmm. And directly across from the pawn shop, kind of behind ceiling there, a thought told you to go inspect something after talking with Egghead. Had a lot of conversations. Little bits are easy to forget.
Like back here?
Down here by this tree. I thought maybe I'm thinking of something else. Hit your little highlight button? Forget everything I just said. That's a slightly different thing. You can tell I'm desperately trying to not reveal anything.
You see a set of
Yeah, you are.
steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already...
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer? Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
So
Well,
north
hey.
of here.
Yeah. We know kind of exactly where that is. We've been in those apartments.
Apartment number 20.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think it means
Says
the
here
same
that they returned their last book
apartment
just
block.
a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes. Okay, if it was the police.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Billy's husband, right?
Mm-hmm. So maybe you found the husband. Or it's a gay couple.
No, that too.
Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
Well, that sounds right.
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
So it is a woman.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Happy we could help. Goodbye.
Anything else you need from me? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
I could throw Kim right on the bus.
Yeah, you can completely defy Kim and be like, I think it's related to our hanging.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
So you know you have someone you can contact around here.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
All right. We can't get back around through here, can we?
No. There's that whole fence in the way. You have to go over kind of by Cindy.
Mm-hmm.
You hear someone walking around inside. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. What the hell is this? Another one of these things I can't open.
Know.
A weathered brown door. The number
Maybe something we
reads
checked a while ago.
20. Something smells good. Soup à l'oignon. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Quick save.
Yeah, it's
weathered
fair.
brown
You're here to
door.
deliver some bad news.
Lieutenant, this is the door. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Him leaving everything to you when clearly he's the more level-headed, calm person here.
Dad, just
so you've
don't
been doing
say
a really
that
good
you
job.
know how they feel. You don't.
Yeah, good advice. I like the try to bail out prompt. As opposed to actually bail out and don't do it.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Give us a moment?
Tidy.
Yeah, it could be like Royal We style.
Come in, the door is open.
Same cigarettes you found near the corpse. We're just gonna do the RPG thing of, like, inspecting every corner of this person's house before we actually talk to them.
It's XP and money.
Yep. Is there anything to steal? Any pots to break?
Kids aren't home, though. I wonder if this is Kuno or Kuno S.
Oh, right. We haven't followed up on any of that.
It's you from the bookstand. I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink?
You met her
Tea,
before
lemonade?
outside
We're
the
out of
bookstore.
coffee.
For
lieutenant
one day.
has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what. No, this is something much worse. Is he in the hospital? How bad is it?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
Oh god, it's empathy. I have negative empathy from an item.
Yup.
Well, I can leave the conversation right now and change out of this god-awful vest.
You can. It's the shirt, yeah. Looks like you only have 2 shirts and everything else is a jacket.
No, I have the one I'm wearing. I have the...
Oh, okay, well, yeah. The armor is, I suppose, a 3rd shirt.
Yeah.
There we go. Best to put on a nice dress-up shirt. As opposed to... Hold on one moment. Let me put on my metal shirt that you
put on my
recognize from the
samurai
bookstore.
hat, yeah.
Yeah.
I have nothing that's a negative for empathy.
She looks up, too anxious to say anything.
It's me, Victor. And the kids here, we have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie. Jolie is 16 and Jenny is turning 18 next month. The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight. And Victor is out.
She swallows visibly.
He has a problem with drinking, and so he disappears every now and then. He's probably in the parks drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up. Oh, it's in Jamrock. The one at Mayro Street. I don't know the official name.
Central Jamrock Public Library?
I think, yes, if that's the one on Mayro.
It is.
Just to return a book of mine? Why? Why all those questions, Detective? Did he...
Do something? Break something? It's a fool's hope.
Yes.
Getting very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Basically entirely confirmed it was him.
His old leather jacket. It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a teenager, so... Yes. The lining is hand-sewn. It's blue. I tried to make the thing more weatherproof since he's running around with it in the middle of winter.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
No,
She personalized his
I'll
jacket
find
for
out
him.
when he decides to come back home. It shouldn't be long from now. He's never gone for more than a few days.
She folds her hands across her chest. Here it comes.
Well,
I mean, it's an 83%.
it's an 83%. There's really only one thing to tell her now.
Plus four, because Kim is here.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully. He helps. Kim's great.
Just talking it through with Kim is a point.
Yeah. Right outside the door. I don't know what happens if you screw that up.
She looks up, too anxious to say, "You've done this before."
Okay.
Just keep your focus.
What did you say?
There it is.
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, man.
What happened to him?
Not easy being a cop.
Was he drunk?
Maybe? We're not sure. There's an autopsy being done now.
We-
yes, absolutely.
I'm not going to say yes. I'm leaning on it might have, or we don't know. We'll let you know when that comes in.
I think those are both nicer answers than, well, we found like 11 liquor bottles around him and he was chewing some gum to try and hide it from you. So, like, probably, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Which is the truth.
It is.
But again, you don't have to be blunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief. A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears. She looks disoriented.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We don't recommend that.
We've taken him
I
to
wouldn't,
the city morgue.
but
the local coroner will be contacting
if she
you
wants
shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
We should step outside and talk.
I think that went about as smoothly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You did well. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased. They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
That's it. We should get
not
back to
wrong.
our case now that our duty here is done. Let's go.
It's only 10 XP?
10? Wow. I thought it would be more too. Well, that's just, you know, a normal, regular part of being a police officer. Average little duty. Going through that suffering.
Very true.
You know, we talked about the Pale earlier. Let's, or at least it was mentioned. Can you check your tasks? I want to see if there's one we've completed yet or not. Click on Get a Reality Lowdown. Yeah, okay. She still hasn't told us everything that she knows about that.
No, we found more about the Pale out from the bookstore.
Yeah, Joyce has more to say. You definitely don't have to do it now.
Yeah, we're not. With as late as it's getting, I do want to try and make our way back to the church, because you were hyped about that.
It's great. I would almost recommend having that conversation with Joyce before finishing the church plotline, but you can definitely go in there and like see some stuff.
Should we talk to Joyce first then, or?
Well, I'll say this, which is like, I guess a spoiler, but not really.
And the money appears. Do you know what you should do with that money?
You can do like a bunch of investigation in the church. You can like go there and see basically all you can see right now, and you'll be sent away from it, kind of back over to this area before being able to finish that side quest.
Okay.
So you can do whichever one, really. I don't think you even need to talk to Joyce specifically, but like, she's got some pretty cool info about the world, and it may or may not come in handy in the church at one point. And I think we've done almost everything else we can do with Joyce up to this point.
Mm-hmm. I'll go try and talk to Joyce again and see if she has anything to say. I don't remember her having anything about the Pale, though.
No, we like had to find our badge before she really talked to us, and then she talked to us about the case a whole bunch. And then I think we kind of asked her to talk about reality, and Kim was like, "Whoa, buddy, are you sure you're ready for that?"
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I love you
Oh.
did.
Oh, you hadn't actually found it before.
No,
You
because
only
we just found it
after
near
we
the
went
end
across.
of
Yeah.
near the end of last stream.
Yeah.
Fast.
Okay.
Observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? More lessons in
Yeah.
basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Plus 12 from that thought you got about asking this question earlier.
What is all of this? The scent.
Barely.
The sound. The air.
Wow. Just right on the nose.
Actually, I would have because I got a 2 and a 3.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was thinking if there was only one other fail condition, but no, I could have gotten double 2s or 2 and a 1, or could have gotten double 1s or double 2s, or a 1 and a 2. That would have done it as well.
Yeah, yeah. So
So
just barely.
So 3 failure cases. Oof.
Very close.
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface
Here
of the
we
water.
go.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
Is it now?
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium. It does. There are those who
Half a
would call
title
it
drop.
hell.
Mm-hmm.
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day.
What?
You wouldn't know it from the tabloids.
Yeah.
But the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG. Occident Revichol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Not quite what you were expecting, huh?
They know they're in a game, and that it fades into black at the edges.
Well, they thought they were on a planet. Now it looks something more disc-like? Like a corona is the light around, you know, when you like stare at a light and it has like a circular form around it. That's a corona, like around the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Or a stoplight if you have tiny imperfections in your eye, which everybody does.
Mhm.
So it looks more like a circular shape, but not a sphere.
So it's flat Earth, yeah.
Kind of, maybe.
Potentially.
Potentially.
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here.
Then just in the corner, Harry's there just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
But this
What
is
do you
one
mean,
of the
nothingness?
greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
I love
You
Joyce.
say it's disco.
See?
Right.
Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
Shut up, Kim.
There
We're
it is.
talking.
There
Of
it
course,
is.
Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Yeah, you can keep going or agree with Kim.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
Okay.
This is not going to happen with the lieutenant present, unless you can convince him to
Wow.
step aside.
You can
It's a-
probably convince him to step aside.
It's a volition check.
Glad to have
Yeah.
been of assistance.
Of course it's a volition check. Volition's got your back.
Good. What can I help you with?
Oh, where did it
More
go?
lessons in basic reality?
There we are.
It's a submenu.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Very.
Okay.
Tell us about
The Pale
the
is
reality
the most
that's not part of
dominant
reality.
geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Perishing in deer.
Achromatic,
Perishing, she says.
odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being.
It's like antimatter, except instead of exploding, reality is slowly eroded by it?
Hmm.
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
— 6,000 kilometers from the end of this world.
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
Huh, mine's damaged.
Uh-huh.
It's difficult to describe.
That's relevant.
Or even measure.
Yeah.
Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
So this reminds me a bit of a story I was reading, a webcomic.
Yeah.
Where there was a... he was presented as a villain, and then you meet him, and he's just kind of like a cheerful researcher. But he eventually found this ancient place that has a door. And in the door, there's this... They don't know, it's just dark. I think they called it the Dark Cell. And essentially going through it, you pass through several layers where you just kind of get stuck. Like, it tries to interfere with you and your mind in a way that is like something protecting itself.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you get to the first layer and it just hits you with absolute terror. And you just collapse, and they have to like drag you out.
Right, like there's not even a thing there being terrifying. It's just a state that is inflicted on you.
Yeah. And then you get to the second phase, and it's like a physical trauma. You just feel like there's something hurting and gouging your body.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a third phase where it's just more like psychological horror. It's running into whatever the worst, like the worst nightmare of your life.
Mm-hmm.
So, like our point of view character was dealing with it, and she got to the first one and just immediately collapsed and kept trying to go into it little by little, and her people that she was working with got upset and frustrated with her because she wasn't really making a lot of progress. And then she eventually just realized, like, no, it's affecting my body physically through the fear. If I build up the muscle strength, I can just push through it.
Right.
And then she got to the physical pain section, and she just walked through that, like, first try. She's just like,
of how she, like, prepared for the first one?
No, not even that. She's like, yeah, it's just fun. It's just sensation play. It's just weird. And then she hit the third one, and it's basically the love of her life looking at her and saying, I think you're a freak, and I don't ever want to see you again. And she just drops.
Right.
And, like, they were talking about, like, what people had done to get through... Like, what they had done, and, like, they had done, like, magic experimentations on humans to try and get through this thing. Like, they made a person who was just devoid of emotion, and it still didn't work. They still got stuck on the first layer because the fear just went through them anyways.
Right. It didn't matter that there wasn't much emotions there. The place put that in them.
Yeah, and they just really didn't. It actually was worse for them, I think, because they didn't have any experience processing that emotion.
Right. Yeah, sure. They didn't have any way to deal with it.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting how she got through the third layer, our point of view character, because she literally gets up to that point, like the transitional stage between the two, and she literally gouges out her own eyes so she can't see anything, and then walks through the layer and gets past it, and then like drinks a regeneration potion to like grow her eyes back. It's the only way she knew how to get through it.
Okay.
It's like a D&D based comic. It's like D&D turned into a story almost.
Sure. That's still pretty out there.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun read. Yeah.
haven't read that
Joyce
in a long
has-
time, but it's very similar to like the Pale, where they're just like, it's not physical, it just fucks you up, and things don't make sense.
Right. I think that's a pretty good allegory, a pretty good metaphor. Joyce definitely has more to say. My favorite comparison was always to a thing, to a like side place in Guilty Gear, but Guilty Gear's lore is so whacked out, animeified, and we don't quite have the details to make that. We don't have quite the details about the Pale to really make that yet. I always kind of took it. What I'll say with like what she said so far, I always kind of took it to be like a dimensional turn. Like it sounds like the edge of reality is kind of evaporating, but more than like an actual antimatter, it sounds like the three dimensions of this reality are bending into
something else.
Yeah, into other dimensions.
I'm gonna refill my water quick. Keep talking. I'll have my headphones on.
For sure. It always sounded to me like it's just a space where reality is forcibly being bent into something that can't actually exist in this 3D dimensions because it is comprised or exists in other dimensions. And so the Pale is just them coming up against the wall of where that is very, very slowly happening. Joyce has more to say here about, the kind of mind break stuff that goes on in the Pale. And the only other things we've experienced about it so far was there was a book that talked about people having medicinal uses of the Pale, but it never really described the Pale in and of itself because it assumed people knew that knowledge already. Like it was something that was kind of taught in elementary or high school, and everybody has a rough understanding of kind of sort of what the Pale is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
in,
it's
a history class.
It's one of those things that's so fundamental to the world. It's taking somebody explaining the basics to us to really have us get any chance. Which is funny that Kim doesn't want us to find out about this.
Right. Well, he's concerned for you, and that's fair. We're learning about something that maybe has driven some people insane. And the only other exposure we've really had to it was the Pale driver herself, who was constantly lost in dreams, talking like they were her reality, even though they happened to people who totally weren't her hundreds of years ago.
Very true.
But she was experiencing them like they were there because she had traveled through the Pale too much and too deeply.
I still think it's to me, like the way she's talking about like their math and their physics and their understanding of it just doesn't work. It does sound like the edge of a map to me. Like getting to the edge of like a video game map where you need to load to the next area. And it's just like, there's no more x-axis past that point. X-axis stops. And like that's like how they're describing it. It's just like, it's the edge of the world, and beyond it is the next map, but it might mess with your brain if you try and go through it.
Yeah, I think that's really a really good comparison for like two reasons that she said already. She said there is like a hard edge. You can go see it. Even though what's beyond that point is incomprehensible to the human mind, or perhaps any being residing in like the theoretical 3 dimensions of this game.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that they can't really measure it or map it out, but they have been able to compress it and travel through it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is obvious, because originally, wherever all these people come from, they thought there was only one world, one continent.
And they found 7 additional ones,
Yeah, they traveled through the Pale and they found a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
All isolated from each other by the Pale.
But, all right. Got my drink. Let's find out more.
Uh-huh.
There's a slippery article in there.
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
And that's
They
the
call
part that connects it to
blend
Guilty
over
Gear.
of the self.
Hmm.
The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Ooh, that's not a good thing for us.
That is not the good thing. People defend themselves from that, like, hard all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And the Pale shoves, like, a collective past into people who travel into it.
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
Excuse me.
You're good.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
22 days.
Over 3 times as many as normal civilians.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should
She
ask
hopes.
the Pale driver about this. See what she says. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Up to my gills, officer.
I love her so much. Her dialogue's great.
Is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale.
This world, which is like mostly presented as a, you know, kind of sort of down to earth, a little too real at sometimes detective story, has fucking airships. Not jets or planes, but old school RPG airships.
It has
that
airships
work off of statics.
It has airships and the fucking mists of Barovia surrounding it.
Yeah, exactly. It has unreality in between all of its different continents.
Jeez.
If you can even call them continents even anymore.
In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely. Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective?
That's not good.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
So if you were being a whole the end is nigh doomsayer, actually there's more concrete evidence for that.
Yeah, so they're actually right. The end is nigh eventually. It just might not be nigh today.
Right. That interpretation of Harry is also correct. It's crazy. But
Most people,
it only reflects the world
and
he's
indeed
in.
most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Into the wild
One and
pale
all.
yonder.
They say pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
You do have a much better sense of who you are now.
Mm-hmm.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
You get at least 9 options.
Jeez.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. One of my favorite things in like an early RPG was playing, I think it was Torment Planescape. Was it Torment Planescape? It was either that or what's it called? Of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. Arcanum. One of those two games has like a big plot point kind of like this that deals with the world and your main character, and you get like 8 dialogue options followed by another 8 dialogue options that are all the same, but in parentheses at the end it says lie. So there's just like a bunch of different ways you can take things. And it doesn't change too much, but like it has a huge impact on your character's personal story and interpretation of things, right? And that's kind of what we have here.
So terrifying, disco, end of the world. That we persisted all as a testament to our faith in one another.
So kind of humanist.
Yeah.
And then
total ruthless communism, powerful anti-communist force, but they have it coming. It doesn't sound very liberal to me. I don't know how you've all survived with it as a huge accomplishment, and who am I to think anything of it?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of loving that last one.
Yeah, I think all of them are pretty good, especially for this playthrough outside of, like, it'll end everything and the political stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's her response to most of those,
This does not
except for
spell
the
good
political stuff.
Investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then
I love the last 2 options, but probably don't pick them.
Yeah.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Harry's record suggests he's super competent as well.
As much as it's meant for you.
Mm-hmm.
She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work?
Gibbs is like, good, you didn't pass out from this. Great.
Right. Awesome. No more Blackout episodes. Kim, that was fucking insane. Like... Ugh.
I am happy to oblige. A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot, or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Hello again, Cindy. Eavesdropping as usual.
Eavesdropping from a pretty good distance away.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful. The girl in
What
the
is
old lady
that?
rags
I love it.
looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Okay, but
I actually
explain it to me like I'm a child, or make it more complicated.
So I actually understood it at the baseline. I was about to say like, okay, I understand
sure.
everything great, and then I don't want her to make it more complicated.
she can get pretty wordy if you let her. Sure.
I'll go that
I
one.
can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right.
That's a Marxist
What
saying
next?
right there.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late for the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
Did I call her out on it or not?
She might like it. She was flashing you the smile.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question.
So we were born right around the turn of the century after the revolution was over.
Right. It's the year 51, and Harry's like mid to late 40s.
Yeah.
So it happened right around the turn of the century.
The revolution began in 02 on the Isla
There it
of
is.
Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
That destroyed brain tissue, huh?
It did.
From Revachol,
I believe this game came out before COVID.
The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed
Sort of.
the Revachol commune 2
Well,
years later.
I was more referring to
twice.
our condition, like our character's condition. Like.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It did slowly eat people's brains. That's what a like real life prion disease will do too.
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
Elfboy Williams?
Yeah, I
Zone
don't
Control
remember
is
that.
the third incarnation of Revachol.
Been a minute since
after
we
the
heard
failure of the
from Spirit the
Suzerain
Core
and
as
the
well.
Commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
So a lot of revolution happened in a lot of different locations, and the fighting happened here.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to
Kind of like the 70s and 80s.
Huh. With their skill point.
For her to be
70 experience for that.
Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Going all the way back to the beginning of the conversation.
What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing.
Playing like a really high points in Half-Life type of playthrough, or Half-Light type of playthrough, is nutty. But a lot of fun.
So, medical solution killed more mineral rights. I don't know what I would have done differently.
And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city.
The cold runs down your spine. She gestures toward the waters. The wind stops. There is silence on the dark water of the Martinez Inlet. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building.
No, almost certainly. The Commune would have forced you. Such was the fate of the undecided.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was not pretty.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
I'm glad I didn't go down that route. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, One forgets they even existed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did they ever?
They got
Before
overshadowed.
they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Yes.
Sounds like
The
they
Red
should have shot some
Deluge.
more. God damn.
The Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh,
Still
lots of
written by a bunch of
Even
communists,
the
and they're
king got
not
shot in the head,
encouraging
or
more
thrown
killing.
beneath a horse,
Hmm.
or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frisell got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the Ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't
Not
win
that they were
so
here to
much
see
as
the fighting.
survive.
Mm-hmm.
We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the
They don't kill
long-standing
people unless they
provisional
need to.
rulers of Revachol now.
And she speaks
the
poorly of
coalition
them.
government.
She does, even though it kind of sounds like she totally works for them.
Yeah, a little bit.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Not exactly a very hopeful slogan.
I don't think I'm a moralist, not just ethically, practically. For a moment, there was hope. If always picking the option that doesn't commit anything to hell, then yes, I am, and also not.
the explicitly non-committal answer.
I like this one here that references the slogan.
Yeah, that's... I'll go ahead and buffer that decision. That's pretty much how Kim approaches things as well. So you're in good company.
Man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. They are what they are. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything...
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine. It's sharp.
Dios mío, a liberal.
Yeah. Draw a cross over yourself for protection.
Or the Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
Suggestion wants me to forgive her.
It does. Empathy, kind of, too. And of course, electrochemistry is basically just attracted to her.
I do hope so. I hope we're able to remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners, whether you like to admit it or not. There's blood on many hands, I assure you.
Yeah, it really doesn't sound like anybody came out of the last century clean.
Yeah.
When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
She's in a really cool position, right?
Like oil fire on the ocean.
She's clearly here with the Coalition. She's from some company that oversees a lot of trade, and that's why they're having a dispute with all the labor workers in the dock workers union. But she talks like, damn, I really wish that revolution succeeded.
Damn, I really wish the world had burned down on principle.
Yeah, like, they should have defeated the reigning way of things, or we should have burned it all to ash out of principle. That's the moral thing to do. No other options, only those two. Instead, we get this doldrum, where things are controlled not by the people here, and nothing's changing. She's a really well-written character.
Yeah, she is.
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Shut up, Kim. We're learning.
I think he likes it.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
So am I. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing, so am I.
Yeah, I think it's like a you're also a patriot type of thing.
Maybe.
Sort of.
I more like the second option anyways.
And the crown
I kind of do
on your
too,
head
honestly.
as you lay in the casket.
I'm going to step away for just a sec because I do need to use the restroom. So I do want to hit the church. It is getting a little bit late. Are you good to go for a little bit longer, Rad?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm feeling that bathroom break though, so I think now is a pretty good time.
Yeah, let's do a
We've
BRB.
explored a lot, had a big old conversation with Joyce, and have a pretty clear path forward, I think.
All right, so BRB. We'll be right back, folks.
BRB.
Yes.
All right, we are back. Let me switch back to the...
Welcome back.
All right, you have daughters.
Yes.
She does.
Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Okay.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
We are.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Okay.
She likes and recognizes you.
Drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality. Well, I am here to help.
Oh, Joyce.
She's so good.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Like, I was just kind of mumbling to myself, it's really, really amazing that we have this absolute fantasy world, right? Like, you're not on a planet. You find out about the Pale, and you're like, what does that even mean? It's a disc, or like isolated continent and bodies of water. And your main character even starts with like hyper stereotypical old school RPG amnesia. But then we have some of the most well-written, most real human characters going on.
Yeah, Joyce is working for a boss, so she's just like, yeah, we never should have won the war.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. She like has the line about capital consuming or integrating all rebellious and alternative styles and thoughts. And she likes her job. She's doing well at her job. She's trying to do good, but she really wishes the revolution had succeeded and that like the people here would have made it impossible for her job and her people to even exist in this space.
Mm-hmm.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold
yeah,
Harmon Waushi, stares at you, longing.
And here you are, quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever, turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
We also have
and
the
now,
tape that we can listen to.
Yeah, now, much later, we can listen to that tape that the Hardy Boys gave us. I think it was there under Interact. Oh, yeah. You can also just equip it. Yeah!
Oh my god, it's a giant fucking boombox. I thought it was like handheld.
I mean, it's like an 80s boombox almost, right? You're legit just holding it up. Get out of the menu real quick before you interact with the tape. Now that you have this equipped. Oh, damn. Walk around outside.
So the boombox just plays music all the time?
It just plays the radio as you're walking around. You can have this going 24/7. But yeah, you do now have that tape you can listen to. And the church, and like some unexplored areas down here still. We covered a lot of it.
Yeah, we did.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Snow covers the broken stalks like a shroud, and they shimmer, ghostly, in the darkness. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold.
This is just funny, like the constant distant song as I have a boombox up next to my ear.
Yeah,
So
you have a
silly.
beat constantly going right next to your head. I love it. It's almost disruptive of like how serene and beautiful, not even serene, but like how beautiful a lot of this game is portrayed. And then you're just some asshole with a boombox in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Locusts
I love
are
it.
crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Damn, I was really hoping the mystery bug would be in this first trap.
I meant no offense, just...
So that was 1.
Oh wow, it goes back to the normal music. I guess I never kept the boombox equipped all the time. I thought it would just keep playing whatever's on the radio.
There was one over by the church.
Yeah, I think they said there was one beyond the church. And then there's 2 more.
Because we didn't go back here yet.
Nope. Oh, okay. The boombox just comes in whenever it wants.
Part of me wishes I had spec'd into that one skill that's like focused on stealth, just so I could have the ridiculousness that is my stealth playthrough with a boombox.
An old door,
It'd be
walled
great.
by elements, guards the depot.
Oh,
The
jeez.
wind has blown a sand dune in
Oh,
front
yeah.
of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
It's military, a service depot of some sort. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
So we have no way of improving our entry odds right now.
Nope. None whatsoever.
There's our trap.
There's one. Nice.
A familiar apparatus lies and the reeds sway in the coastal breeze. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end. Surrounding this trap is also full of panicked...
Another empty trap.
How are you enjoying the cardio?
It's like the second or third reference to that line, too.
Always up for a good job. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
Interesting.
Hmm. A scented scarf. Plus shivers.
-2 physical instrument.
Yeah. It's hard to brawl in a scarf. Or lift weights.
Hmm. White
Bad.
polo shirt, negative empathy.
Uh-huh. Had to do it to him, kid's shirt.
Okay, so yeah, that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, you've been on the other side of that. Now there's just this church and a building you haven't really expected. Yeah, kind of over this direction.
There's one more trap too.
1 or 2. I forget if they told you to go inspect 2 or 3 of them.
Checked he just set up, and then check the trap near the
Oh,
boathouse is west of the Feld building.
So we know where the ones are that he just set up. He did kind of tell you to inspect those last, I guess. I don't know if it matters much.
I think he said don't check him first.
Yeah,
because he's
basically.
like standing right there.
Yeah, they're fresh.
Where is the Feld building?
It's the building we haven't been to yet. I think if you go to the lower left, it's in that direction?
Oh, another locked door.
That might be like an empty container we already checked.
No. We've had a
Don't think
couple
so?
that it's just straight up telling us, like, can't go there.
Hmm.
And this is something here, too.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Neat.
Bow tie. Drama.
Sure, why not? I think the Feld building is further to the upper left, but we haven't been in this little playground area.
We haven't. Which is part of why I'm going here.
Mm-hmm. Not bad.
Yeah, I could spend another night at the other place if I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. You may have already made back most or all of the money that you spent on the boombox, too.
I think so, yeah.
Close to it. Oh. Ah.
Who's over this way? Oh, that's the way we came. Slowly trying to learn this part of the map.
For sure. There's a lot. What was that? Yeah. There's a fair amount of stuff here, and it's really easy to like just kind of go along the coast. It's not huge, but it is like more stretched out than the first part of the map.
Yeah, it's big enough.
Yes?
Oh, I don't want to talk to Kim.
Not that. Huh.
Oh, I can't go this way. Oh, there it is.
A drop in
There we
temperature,
go.
an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence. Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already.
Shivers,
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's just one little musing from Shivers. Which, if you have a lot of Shivers, you get a lot of that. Which was, I think, like my second way to play through the game. Was heavy into Shivers. And a couple of other skills I didn't really specialize in a lot. And it's a lot of dialogue. A lot of it just musings about the city and the goings on of like the world around you. A lot of it's really pretty. It also serves as like that bit right there. It serves as a good example of like what too many points in a skill will do. You get stuff like that happening all the time. And like one of the funniest things I've seen people do is just hack the game to have maximum stats in every single stat. And the game becomes completely unplayable because every single thing you do is like 30 minutes of your thoughts just popping off at everything. Hey, cool sunglasses.
There's our trap.
Less perception because you can't see well out of them.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
Hey.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
He's short-winded.
You are running all over the coast.
New skill point.
Nice. Those little bits of experience pay off after a while. There are lots of dots to click on.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
I'm sure that's not an incendiary statement to make anymore.
Right? It's kind of crazy. You have this like not lawless, but pseudo ungoverned area. And even here, they're like, yeah, guns are kind of rare. No one has automatics. The cops run around with what are basically musket loader pistols.
They're also on the other side of a revolution that burned down the world for, it sounds like, more than a decade straight, so...
Yeah, like, at least 9 or 10 years. Bare minimum. Things were pretty bad. And then there were bad times after that.
Unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling mouth, smiling its deadly smile.
You do have 3 points, and nothing in visual calculus yet.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the crack, unable to piece together the
Damn.
big picture just now.
Same roll I did last time, 13.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
The scattering of bullet holes looks like one...
Oh no! Self-deprecation.
Yeah, no. I'm not taking morale damage, no.
That's fair.
Bullet holes is spread
You think
across
maybe the game
crack
has
wall.
something to say
A row
about
of
self-deprecating
ghostly
humor?
shades stand
Woo!
facing the wall.
Double
Hey,
sixes.
look at that.
A dozen
Visual
at least.
calculus being all cool.
Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
So it was an execution.
The abundance of
Oh yeah, it was a firing
leads to
squad.
two
100%.
options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Collateral damage on the path toward normalcy and progress. Such is your belief, officer.
It's a
Maybe
bit
you should
harsh.
change it. They were praying, screaming. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution.
Right. The people with the rifles could be the communists, they could be the royalists, they could be the moral intern coming in.
Could be the ultra-liberals.
Perhaps the
Yeah.
ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Damn, that's bleak.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be
They did all
honest,
the final
if a
killing.
coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
There's not a lot of visual calculus moments like that, but man, they're really cool when they happen.
Mm-hmm.
People. which is kind of like a beanie, but not.
It would be a hat.
It's a hat. It's the type of hat Kuno S was wearing.
Inland or drama?
You're sure that wearing this tie is a statement. You're not sure what kind of statement. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. The glasses and the bow tie, and then, like, that hat and your disco pants and shoes with a police jacket. Hat matches the gloves, though.
It does, actually.
Yeah.
They're both falling, yeah. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience.
Which is a thought and not a stat.
Yeah. Then we can actually see the locusts in it.
Yeah. Blipping around a little bit. And they're gone, so
This
here's
is
our
the
last trap.
Of the traps. The reeds hiss and shake in the darkness. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can... The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something, no locust. No phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Maybe it was the phasmid. No real way to tell either way.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
I love that Kim, like, just doesn't have time for cryptozoologist bullshit. He'll put up with you, and he like gave in whenever you were talking to Lena, but he still just completely writes it off.
We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we?
We did.
You did.
All right. Now there's that building and those people, which we're going to ignore, and go back to the damn church, which we've been avoiding for 3 hours now.
Yeah, just about. You can always come back to that building later.
Yeah. Was that the only entrance to the church, or was there another one?
I think that's the only entrance. I think. Pretty sure.
All right.
Good idea.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornament, the lock turns easily.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of in the heart of the city.
Whoa.
I mean, something's definitely getting in and out.
At the very least, a breeze is getting in and out. But yeah, if anything was locked in here, it was able to get out, for sure. Hey, unique music.
We can't have that. Let's bring out the boombox.
You
no need to be stealthy. We know we're alone in here.
Right? There's definitely not a crabman in here somewhere. Hey, it's a boombox just like yours. Nice. Huh.
Empathy shoes.
Yeah, mess banger shoes, like gang member shoes that give empathy.
Well, trades
No
composure
negatives.
for savoir-faire.
Look pretty nice, really.
Yep.
Snakeskin, too.
I have a -2 to perception. God.
I think it's from the glasses.
The glasses and the hat.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
If I did this... Drama's a +1.
That looks pretty good.
And I don't... Take that off, and the only thing I have is minus to savoir-faire. How am I minusing and adding to electrochemistry? What the hell is adding to electrochemistry?
Your pants?
No, that's savoir-faire.
That's the minus to savoir-faire, +1 electrochemistry.
Oh, okay. And the only other pants I have are these Kingdom of Conscience ones. And I've got, like, jeans and stuff. Oh, that is also
Which
electrochemistry.
is still +1 to electrochemistry. That looks good, too. I don't know about the bow tie, but, I mean, you know, whatever.
I mean, the bow tie is +2 to drama with no negatives. I'm wearing the bow tie.
It's a pretty good little stat boost. And you took your hat off for church.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. I know you do. These Inter-Estellari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this. That's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
So obviously these are big interactables here. So
Yeah, I noticed that you noticed that earlier. Thing that looks like the radio computer from earlier, and then the huge stained glass window.
The huge
Surprise,
broken
surprise.
stained glass window, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, stuff back here too.
Yeah. Something that's either like a container or maybe pants. Ah, a scarf. Matches the shoes.
Pain threshold.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, it seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Make some noise.
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even. Your voice is barely audible. It's unnerving. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Weird, huh?
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
His
But you're
detached
standing
tone
right next to each
conceals
other.
How uncomfortable he is. The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
It's a 92% red check.
Yeah, the game seems to want you to make that check. Although, what's your perception? 8? I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I also have 3 points. I can just bump it up 1 and essentially guarantee it, I would think.
Sure. Perception's great. It's one of my favorite stats in tabletop RPGs.
97.
The only way you can lose that is by rolling double ones. Nice.
Alright, so what's up there?
What is up there?
It's a fan.
Top of the church.
It's
Yeah, like a
there's
fan or a
something
lighting
moving
system
up
or something.
there. A shadow has emerged from the tower, and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
Huh?
Yes, the darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away. It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Oh, I can see it now.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no.
I don't know if I can.
You've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
Briefly, yeah.
There it is.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Tiago? Tiago?
Tiago?
Tiago?
Tiago? Something like that.
I was honestly just going over here for that.
Yeah. You have to walk through the center of those bowls for that to trigger.
Interesting.
Because that's where the silence is.
Worth quick saving here or hard saving?
Either one. It's a good place to have a save. There is one thing in this church that I'll be like, you really want to pass this test. And you're not close to it.
Okay.
So I'll warn you about that later.
The shadow is a man. A man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. The Crab Man.
It's the Crab Man. He's fucking real.
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
Were you expecting that?
No.
Yeah, right? What's up, Holmes?
I'm here to receive the mother's
okay.
love. You can too, Holmes. And when you ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Thank you, electrochemistry?
Oh,
He's
yeah,
right, though.
Sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here.
It's great.
I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look into my own heart and see I was in pain.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Hey, don't throw me under the bus, Kim.
First Kim's like, I don't think we can trust the person who is clearly on so many drugs that they're climbing the rafters of a church. And then that dude calls you an alcoholic and he's like, actually, you know what? Maybe let him speak. Let this guy cook a little.
The only thing we need to talk about is how the mother can really help you, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he
That's a
just trying
success.
to throw you off your game?
Mm-hmm.
'Tis not an act, my liege, saving perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Thank you, Necktie, for making drama pop in a little bit more.
Making drama succeed.
Yeah.
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
The Aita is Grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Great. This guy's a whole age is just a number thing. Love that.
Yeah. He's maybe a little detached.
That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back,
Or search through her radio computer.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it. I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
Maybe.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
You've got some nice curves going on. Which I assume is referencing his carvings and not his apparently naked self.
Yeah.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it. I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
Interesting.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much to me these days.
Yeah, it spoiled it
My name
earlier.
isn't just your identity.
Yeah,
but also,
the game, it
so to
titled him
speak,
immediately.
Your place amongst your fellows. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
I have a feeling he's not going to like that nightclub conversation thing.
With all this talk about silence and, like, getting rid of the self, it would seem like he wouldn't like that idea, right?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, that's no simple question, Essay. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes. And no one ever will. I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Replacing one thing for another? Yeah, you're option one.
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound. Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, way. It didn't belong to me.
Okay.
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
That
Too
can be a type
gleeful
of
those
drug.
words. He is lying. Not to you. To his very own self.
Game straight up says it.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
Okay.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love.
You'll forgive me if I don't believe you.
Yeah, that's a fair reaction.
The mother would
He's
eat
clearly
all
deep
of it
in
and never spit you out.
whatever he's in.
Mm-hmm.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really, or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything. The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
Do they have a reason to be scared? Other than, you know, you look kind of crazy up there.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Though he used to, a long time ago.
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none.
Oh, he's super cool with it.
Imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Okay.
So there is a weird crab man up in the top of the church.
There
and
it
he's
is.
drinking in silence.
Huh.
Silence you experience in the middle of all those bowls of water. So, like, there's something going on there. He might be crazy, but he's not, you know, super delusional. And he speaks really clearly, coherently.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
That's interesting audio.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
It does look like the radio computer in the doomed commercial area, which was right next to your murder, but otherwise completely unrelated.
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect, a model number RC7024, equipped with a Fell mainframe and a Ream-compatible interim printer. You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good evening. Votre accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
That was a while ago, but we've kind of done this before. Everything is password protected, but also like kind of literal cloud computing style.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
Received. I will...
That sounds bad. A login.
Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Sleep well, votre accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. Nothing happens.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Never mind, there is no coffee.
Times
just faith.
You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Why is drama adding all those damn S's?
Because it's drama. It's talking like a snake. This is the same thought that addresses you as sire. I mean, that's my personal interpretation. If you play with like a lot of drama, it just kind of does stuff like that. It's too much of a theater kid. By design.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows.
Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it. I think we're done here, Ese.
That was, however, I'm still not sure how it's relevant.
That's fair. You're just kind of poking around wherever you can poke around.
The machine's keyboard is still the speaker.
Good evening. Good. Please repeat the password. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please votre sprint to access votre accident. Is there anything else I can sleep with?
The machine's keyboard, the printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
Fair. It's pretty oddly placed.
February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers.
Sulislav sounds familiar. I've heard that name before.
You have heard that name. I believe he's the one who left the note telling you that the other radio computer's filament was stored in the Ice Bear fridge.
Maybe.
I think. Either way, he was part of Fortress Accident in the previous location.
But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss.
As a writer, I am just weeping
Still
inside.
Don't understand how it
Oh,
managed
yeah.
to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
And you've worked in IT a little bit, so like programmers, yeah. Graphic designers, yeah, of course, they can find some work. Writers, good luck.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'm going to take it aside for a moment and share something that I wrote online because I've been trying to branch out to some other social media networks and I'm fiddling around with Reddit a little bit. But it's something I wrote where somebody was essentially asking, they had a client that told them, why would I pay you $200 when ChatGPT is only $20 a month? And they're just like, I got this question from a client. I'm wondering if you guys get this question and what's your response? And I wrote back, I'd probably respond by comparison. For the same reason you would pay $200 at a restaurant rather than spending $20 a month on TV dinners. Quality. How could $20 of TV dinners possibly compare to a $200 meal handcrafted by somebody with an expected level of mastery? They can't. And while it's possible to subsist off of them, especially in a pinch, they're generic, bland, and pretty unappealing once you're looking any closer than the attractive marketing container. So in deciding between me and GPT, it's worth asking a few questions. Which will make me and my brand stand out against others in my industry who are using cookie-cutter content? Which will improve customer retention and have them coming back time and time again, hungry for more? Do I want to put my trust in my business in the hands of a proven professional with years of measurable, demonstrable excellence, or an emerging tool with no time-tested track record of delivering quality? What's really going to satisfy you and your business needs? And then I said, and then if there was any chance to do this, I would take them out for lunch to a nice restaurant, both to let the lesson really sink in and also to twist the knife a little.
Yeah, if you could do that, it'd be a pretty good follow-up. And you're totally right. Like, there's a lot of really, I was about to say good, but there's a lot of like really notable progress in AI with stuff like Art AI and ChatGPT and other things. And people have used ChatGPT to like automate large portions of their job or do checking over work. Like I know lawyers and stuff that will use it to do a lot of double checking things. But it's not ever going to be really original. Just like AI art is, at least I mean like in its current form, just like AI art is pretty good for memes, but it's also, if you look close enough, kind of easy to tell when an AI did a painting, even if it mostly kind of sort of in a lot of different analytical aspects looks like a very good classical Renaissance painting or something like that, or mimicked the style of a great painter, but doing something modern. It's mostly good for like inserting Sonic the Hedgehog memes in the style of various classical art. Whereas if you go with any modern writer, any modern musician, any modern painter, they're going to have their own style that is something that ChatGPT and the AI artists haven't learned from yet.
But they can feed it into the thing, and they've done that. I remember when there was an artist that passed away, and they basically fed all of their art into one of the AI art things, and they're just like, yeah, we made new art from this person. And everybody else is like, they've been dead less than a week. Have some fucking respect.
Right. It will be able to mimic a lot of that stuff. And the same can be said for writing. But if everybody is going to use that for like one specific thing, that's going to end up all looking similar, as opposed to going with some actual human artist or human author
who has their own take on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's funny is I posted that on Reddit, and then like the beginning of last week, I had somebody send me a message basically saying like, hey, I read your post there. Are you taking any new job offers for this? I'm like, yeah, sure. Absolutely. I'll take new clients.
Hell yeah. Get some commissions in there.
Yep.
Very nice.
Data loss and...
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business, the one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
So the guy's just sitting up in the highest place in the church in this column of silence, just going crazy.
Yep. Just slowly losing bits of himself over and over and loving it.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't
Probably,
answer.
right?
He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately,
Just the
song
same
is
beat.
so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the
Right?
disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
Antisocial programmer, you say?
Mm-hmm.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez.
So it
Can't
was
do
them.
anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside
that was
the
you.
building.
Yeah, that was
I'm
me,
part of
yeah.
Some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
But, so they were here just 2 days ago.
Yeah. Very
I knew
recently.
It wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also, some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Whoops.
Hi.
You've been caught red-handed. Hello.
We're the
We're
police.
messing with your machine. Yeah, we're the police. She, doesn't care that you're
Into
there.
my radio computer, I see.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We're here on a side case.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Fairweather.
Thoughts done.
500.
Yep.
Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Hand-eye coordination against enemies in that armor. Nice.
It's a great bonus to have. Also, like, wow. You haven't had any combat ever in the entire game, and it feels like there is none. But what is that bonus for, I wonder?
No, I had one. Measurehead.
Oh, yeah, you had Measurehead. You round-kicked him in the face.
Well,
that was pretty good.
He hit me a couple times, too.
Well, he, like, crunched your fist when you tried to hit him.
Yeah.
What is it? Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
You really like those questions, don't you? I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, what?
Say again. Logic, like, huh?
Yeah.
The radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Indeed.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
She's recording silence.
Yeah, she's trying to triangulate the origin point of the silence using those bowls of water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark, most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. I know.
Which is all she has to say when you mention Crabman.
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning, her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks. No? Yes.
She's curt, short and to
No.
the point.
You're right. I'm not.
She's not worried about the crazy naked man in the rafters living next to the ball of silence that she's trying to investigate.
I guess that's just normal around here. Yeah, I don't know. It seems odd to me too.
What about it? Great. Thanks. I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR-1 as my RAIM prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means. I guess it is.
Her computer doesn't have a
So far, I've been
processor.
quite satisfied with
Yeah.
it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core, the light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do, and you're not helping.
They are connected to my RAIM prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Great. What? I hate it. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here. Take a guess, why don't you?
Youth center, petting zoo, communities for the elderly. Probably something with drugs.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you?
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
And she's not talking about the hole in the wall either. So they read?
Oh, whoops. I was accidentally muted. Yeah. Yeah, she's not talking about the hole. It's just kind of there. And
in white,
yeah, you were
apricot fails. The young mother of
bought into the idea of the club.
stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty.
And I'm still nowhere near that. You absolutely want to pass this check part.
Nope. We're probably not going to get to it this stream.
Okay.
This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you that covers you from the wind outside.
You know, and the lady programming right next to you.
Its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers. There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them, the 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials.
That's a shame. It's a beautiful church.
It
should be respectful here.
It's a shame for more reasons than that, but we'll get to that soon.
I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
A pang of guilt. The lieutenant is leaving something out.
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here. Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
Yeah, Harry's not going to remember either way, really.
I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters. Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
The old washing lady also didn't really recognize you.
She didn't.
She'd mentioned there'd been police there before, but didn't know you personally.
The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex, a jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text, a light motif below them both. Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. Justice, union, prudence, and force.
I like the first reasoning better than the last reasoning. And, well, this new motto is very police, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus, that last entry. Like your fourth option. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not choosing that one.
Yeah.
So do I.
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, farriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned, or just hooligans looking for something to break. The mother of humanism towers above you.
Yay, visual calculus.
The mother of
It's a
humanism
pretty cool little
stands
moment.
above you. A precious and complex. It's a mystery. A mystery spring.
Ah, you can make that.
Yeah. Just roll
That's
low.
totally doable.
The mother of humanism stands above you. It's a mystery. The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting.
Encyclopedia, huh?
Hey, we've got glasses for that.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
Much better.
A precious and complex wax. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title
I
appears
won.
lodged in your hippo
Wow.
papers. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate innocent rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. No, we are alone.
Okay, that's interesting. A ruler
It's
above
different,
rulers.
right? Yeah, not a king or a queen, not even a pope. Just like this person's actually better than everyone.
They're
They're
just
great.
a living saint.
Yeah.
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé, also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history, the DeLorean era.
Entertaining name.
Yeah, the entire era named after her.
I'm just thinking of Back to the Future, the DeLorean.
Oh, sure, that too.
Wow, indeed.
And
When
even
her
there, you have
innocence
kind of
was
a
declared,
misogynistic
and
option.
the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her. She was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even far away Supramuindi, altogether 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vespa Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well.
How do we know that then?
Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by Secret Servicemen. One of the men in this Secret Service killed her 22 years later, a young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
I mean, she has her lungs glowing in her chest. Not human.
She does have glowing lungs, and for some reason, literally every single person was in love with her, supposedly.
Yeah.
That's
something that
kind of alien.
In our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
It does kind of sound like there's something terrifying and otherworldly about her.
For your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But although she's often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacific, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
Lieutenant Yefreiter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
This has been a very long encyclopedia check. It's almost like she was a demigod.
Yeah.
Right? But, like, she waged war, but also expanded what people know of the world and implemented a bunch of education. And as some kind of almost saintly or godly figure, ushered in secularism through a bunch of mass education. It's a very odd portrayal. Like, it's designed to give you the sense that, like, she did great things and there was something very off about her.
Yeah. The part about her husband being, like, non-relevant was interesting as well.
Yeah. And it's all viewed through a lens of, like, well, this is what we know from history, and this was 300 years ago. So clearly bits and pieces were lost along the way, but we also have the words of her assassin, right? Of her Secret Service man. One of many.
That she is. A great sacred piece. I wonder what we are doing here, however. In this church, I mean. The coast in general. We shouldn't linger. This isn't a good place to get lost in.
Hey, her innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
Yeah.
You have the headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
What do you mean, win her back, right? What does Harry think of this?
Love doesn't die that easily. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figure... The mother of humanism stands above you. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. The mother of humanism.
In some way, I have to give her the figurine.
Harry feels compelled to maybe win her back by offering a little figurine. Yeah. A trinket. A present.
It is super late at night.
It is.
Both in their time and in ours.
It's getting fairly late, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 10 on my end, so it's probably 11 on yours.
It is 11 on my end, so... yeah.
We've been going for over 6 hours. This is a pretty good time to pause it if you want.
I think this is a good time to stop, yeah.
Yeah. We went through a lot in the last half of this stream, right? We settled up a bunch of kind of exploring this place. And
learned about the Pale.
You learned about the Pale. You learned a lot more about Dolores Day. You met these speed freaks who want to set up a dance club inside an old spooky church that has a crab man. He's not a crab man, but there's something weird going on with him. He's crawling around the rafters.
Hole in the space that eats sound.
Yeah, there's a programmer who's doing scientific research and thinks there's a hole in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, J-Hang, welcome back. We're just wrapping things up. I hope Eric had a good stream. But we just experienced a lot. A lot. We learned a lot about the world in this stream in the past 2-3 hours. I don't know, ever since we started talking to Joyce, it's been kind of dense, huh?
Yeah, very dense.
But we'll have a lot to, like, start on immediately as soon as we do the next stream.
Mm-hmm.
But probably with this trio here.
Almost certainly. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to call it for the night, because...
That sounds good. I don't want to keep you up.
Yeah, I need sleep. Normally we stay up after collabs and talk a bit more, but I think I might need to just crash tonight.
That's fine, man. You sound kind of tired.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go cook dinner.
Oh no, I'm sorry I kept you up that late without dinner.
You're fine. I'm probably gonna. It's probably gonna be an hour before I start, but I will go grab a snack.
Okay. But
I ate a little bit right before we started. Either way.
All right. Thank you, chat, for joining us. I hope you had a good time. This game keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Yeah, but before we leave, I don't want to keep you too long because we could hang around and talk for a bit. What are your thoughts on the game now? You've learned about the Pale, learned about Dolores Day. There's some weird stuff going on in that church. Meth heads want to start a club, and you talked to your wife, who is apparently on the other side of the world. Your ex-wife.
The other side of the world that's not a circle. That's not a sphere.
It's not even a It's not even a planet. It's broken apart in a disc. Maybe no one has a good idea really. Things are getting weird.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't line up right at all, and
did we even do anything related to the murder this stream?
No, absolutely none.
Like basically nothing, right?
In fact, we've talked to everybody. We've talked to so many people that. No, we did. I think we did one thing. We got a boombox so we can listen to the tape.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the only thing we've done. That's the only thing we've done.
That's the only thing we did. We talked to the cryptozoologists and like made his crypto fascist buddy real nervous, which is nice. So yeah, we've got We've still got a bunch to do with that church, though. I'll say you're probably at least halfway into it. There's some cool stuff coming afterwards. Eric talked about finding a golden PS2. Japan is advanced. Yeah, Japan's pretty cool. I would love a golden PS2.
But yeah, no,
But
it's fascinating and interesting. It's a big world building episode. So I like it a lot.
Yeah. This is some of the stuff I love the most about this game. It's got great characters and like wow the world building. And that church quest has some answers and a conclusion.
Nice.
But we will get to all of that next time.
Thank you for joining us, everybody, on Twitch and also on YouTube. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever it is in your part of the world.
Same. Thanks for everybody who views. I appreciate it.
All right. See you later,
We'll probably
everyone.
do this again in a week or two.
Week or two
But yeah.
sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone.
Everybody. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.